Okay, let's go ahead and get started, guys. Ba-ba-ba. Here we go, here we go. Send it all up. Let's go ahead and get started. How you guys doing today? I'm doing okay. I need to. So, one of the things that I've been dealing with, if you've been watching the stream, if you know that I'm struggling with an audio mix issue. Something's updated and it's making me unable to control the sound in my headphones or just the Windows sound while using OBS. It's very interesting. So I'm trying to figure that out, and I can use the audio mixer that's in Windows to change it a little bit, but it is a little. Sound mixer, not audio mixer. I gotta pull this down. Because yeah, the Windows, I'm messing with it right now, and it won't let me move it. So one of the things I can do is move this a little bit. I'm trying to do it. I'm gonna change that a little bit. The problem is that I gotta set like gain or something in the desktop audio to pull it up a little bit. This is it's very difficult. Properties. I think I need advanced properties. Gain it. No, I'm gonna have to mess with that later. I can't mess with that right now. So it's gonna have to be whatever it's gonna be. So maybe we'll see how well I can think while I've got the sound up this loud. We'll see how we go. I have to pull it down. Uh, yeah, it's very weird. I don't know what the update is. I don't know if this is a browser issue, an OBS issue, or a Windows issue, or some combination of all three of those. As to why suddenly when I open up OBS, I can't use the Windows volume or change the volume on my headphones directly. Who knows? It could be any of those. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So today we're talking about, obviously, this dungeon creation stuff is the stuff that I wanted to go through today. I've got some notes in front of me, and we're going to talk about D&D's potential future support for dungeon crawling, which, it kind of caught me by surprise while I was kind of thinking about this video. I was kind of starting it out, and I was like, oh, well, I wanted to talk about a little bit about dungeon creation because I just made a dungeon. It's like, well, I could step through it and kind of look at it, what I do compared to traditional D&D methods through the years. I thought, oh, that might be an interesting thing to kind of, both as a retrospective for me, to look like how my dungeon creation and generation has evolved over time, and at the same time look at what looks like has been important in the game and how that's shifted through the years and where we are at the stage. Now, as I did that, I realized that the newest version, half version 5.5, 5.24, whatever you want to call it, and the kind of lack of dungeon tools that are in it. And we're gonna look at that, but I wanted to step back through the history first, because I think that's going to be extremely helpful, is kind of taking a look at where we've been so we can understand the situation now by looking at the history a little bit. So, that's what we're going to do. I just need to give people just a few more minutes. We're going to roll in. Do a little posty up here. We'll go ahead and do that. And we'll do this. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, I think that's good enough. That's enough preamble of me futzing about. Let's get into the meat and potatoes. I got some notes here in front of me that I've taken over this past week, kind of looking through a few different things, trying to take some notes about things. And we'll look at them side by side. If it's a PDFs pulled up, we'll look at them side by side so we can look at the differences between some of the editions as we go through it. And again, this isn't going to be a fully comprehensive retrospective of all the dungeon creation tools that have ever been in D&D. It's a 50-year-old game. I'm not going to do that. And there's a bunch of editions of D&D and weird editions of D&D. So instead, we're going to pull it in. It's going to be a little bit more personal, focused specifically on sort of my journey in the years that I've been playing D&D, which will be helpful because I've played more than just 5e in 2024. So we'll get there. And I think the best way to start is to start at the beginning, or at least one of the beginning spots for me. And this is really the first time that I had seen the dungeon generation rules for D&D. Let me go ahead and pull us over. We'll take a look at it. So this is the DnDAdventure game. This is not a product that I feel like a lot of people talk about. I'm not sure how. Just make it a little low. I don't know why I'm quite so low. There we go. So I don't know why this is not necessarily a very talked about product that kind of came out, and it's not a lot of people's. I feel like a lot of people's entry point into the hobby, and I think maybe that's the time period that it came out. So this is a late stage. You can see right down here at the bottom. This guy right here, silver anniversary. So this is 90. What that makes it 99, 1999. Kind of comes out during this time. So that's a very weird time, and this is the 25th anniversary, not necessarily of D&D, but of TSR, who of course is Gary Gygax's company and the people who originally put out Dungeons & Dragons. So Tactical Studies Review. And this is late 90s, so D&D as a brand, TSR as a company is in some real trouble. Things are not going well. This is one of the later releases of TSR D&D, really towards the end, getting very close before basically the purchase, if not around the time of the purchase of Wizards of the Coast, buying the D&D brand off of TSR. This TSR sort of fades into the background of the history of D&D through bankruptcy, which is its whole thing. There are books written about it. It's very interesting. Meteoric rise to out of nothing, just out of nowhere, and creating basically an entire new genre of game and subsystems, and kind of taking the world by storm. And then just kind of, it's not even. I guess it's a slow death of it. A lot of mismanagement. There's a lot of business issues why this did rather than the game, and what they tried to do with it. And we also at this time see a lot of people moving away from Dungeons & Dragons to Dungeons & Dragons. This comes out as not nearly as popular as it is today, and was very much sort of deep in the geek, nerd, freaks and geeks kind of area. This is not a popular game, and it wasn't for a lot of people. And in the 90s, people were not interested. It's a low time for fantasy in general. Like, people aren't super into traditional fantasy. That's kind of fallen out of favor. We had the big swing in the 80s with the Conan movies and Sword and Sorcery kind of boom, and the sort of B movies during that time. And then that trickles off into the 90s, and we don't see that anymore. And things move, and I think it's a little bit more sci-fi and a little less fantasy. So you see people moving away from D&D, and people who are interested in it picking up things like Call of Cthulhu, things like in the White Wolf games. People who are interested in tabletop role-playing games, they're just not interested in the hardcore sort of, I guess you would call it at this point, heroic fantasy? Maybe not. Fantasy milieu of games. They're like, this is not the genre we want to play in. We want to be goth vampires and things like that. No, no shade on Vampire Masquerade, fun game. I've played many times, very fun. So yeah, it's a very interesting product at the time that it comes out, and it was one of those things where it's like I saw it, I knew Dungeons and Dragons, and I saw it, and I was like, this will be the first time that I own something D&D related. So I picked it up, and so this is a very interesting book, and I have I don't have the box anymore. It came in a box. It's kind of like a red box set. So I don't have the box anymore, but I do still have rule books, and we'll see this in a second. So I still have all the pieces that go with it, including the dice. So I have those, but I do not have the box anymore, and not the box is worth anything. And this is art's not particularly iconic, except the Larry Elmore dragon. But yeah, so let's take a look at what that looked like inside. So there's a lot of things. If you haven't checked out this book, I would recommend checking it out. It's very, very interesting in the way that it's set up, what it does, and as a sort of like quick start, red box kind of thing. It has 3 adventures in it, and 6 pre-gens. Actually, it might have 7. I generated characters in it, and gives you the very much the expectation that hey, people are probably going to die during these adventures, and there's some tough monsters in here. Like, they didn't have to hold your hand that much. You fight a vampire in one of these. There's a dragon in one of these, and a necromancer in the other one, right? I think, if I'm remembering correctly. And they're not handholdy. There's traps. There's nasty stuff. You can just straight up just die. And they're like, well, you just grab another character and play it. So that was sort of the style of play still. And this will tell you how old this is, or kind of the time period of it. Let's get to it, because I know it's up here at the beginning. Yeah, here we go. So right up here, right in the beginning, we have Thaco. That's how old this is. This is using the 2nd edition of rules, so pre-3rd edition. That's for referencing. So to hit armor class 0. So if you don't know what that is, then don't worry about it. Just know that it was a weird way of doing, instead of escalating AC, just a different way to tabulate how you hit in the game. A little bit more archaic, a little bit weirder, not necessarily something that we've gotten away from in general. This down just a little bit. There we go. Just a little bit. And you guys tell me the audio settings, because my headphones stay pretty consistent, so when I'm messing around, I can't tell exactly the stream audio. So if anything sounds super weird, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to keep going. So, yeah, and we get down here, get down to the actual dungeon rules, though. So they give us this preamble, all the stuff in players, and then the DM section is like just a few pages. This is all the DM section. 1, 2, 3 pages. That's it. Then after that, we get into sort of the stuff. So we have this random dungeon generation. After this, we have some monster stat blocks to help you stock the dungeon, essentially. So this was sort of one of my just immediate introductions into building a dungeon for D&D. So it was really sort of grabs you. It doesn't give you. It's very straightforward, and we'll see that. It's not long. It's one. Sorry about that. It is 1, 2, 3, technically 4 pages, with the last page being a dungeon generation example, which was super useful, I feel like, when I was just starting out and trying to understand how to do it, because this project specifically kind of focuses to people who don't know how to play the game, so it is helpful to have something like, hey, you can also just build dungeons, and here's an example of how to do that. And then, like I said, we have our monsters down here with this very interesting art. Weird kind of dragons that we probably wouldn't look at and be as terrifying today. You might look at this and be like, oh, the carrion crawler might be a little bit more scary than that dragon. And the Ettercap is weird. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about the dungeon generation. Because it's very straightforward. So it gives you 4 different ways to start off in a dungeon: a cave opening, a small room, a large room, ruins entrance. And like, pick one or roll a d4. So a lot of this does kind of focus on the random aspect more. And we'll see that probably change. We'll see that change as we go through some of the other ones, where there'll be a little bit more instruction about choose, or don't worry, if things don't make sense, choose something else or roll again. But that there's not as much of that in this one. This one is very much random dungeon, fully random dungeon, in a way that is interesting. Like it makes interesting dungeons, and because of the way that you roll the monsters, it's like ecology wise, it doesn't make any sense. But I think if you're somebody who's just starting out and looking at this, and you just want to make something for your friends, it is, and that's sort of the target audience for this, which is going to be a little bit different than most of everything else we're going to look at is in Dungeon Master's Guides, which is a little bit more focused in the way that Dungeon Master's Guides are written. Often are written for somebody who already understands the rules and is already comfortable running the game, so they don't need as much hand holding as this, which is more of like a red box basic starter set thing where it's like, okay, don't worry about like all the things like ecology. That's a later thing. Like we just want you to make some interesting things for your rooms for your friends to go through and to kill some monsters and get some experience points and level up and do all the fun D&D stuff. The actual meat and potatoes kind of play in the game, especially the dungeon crawling aspect. Which in this basic set focuses on very, very heavily. You have 3 separate dungeons that you go through. Um, and it has one little, I guess you would call it a hex crawl. One little overland travel section that you go through, which is ties with the third adventure. So it goes straight dungeon. Um, Second one's also a dungeon. And then the third one is, oh, you need to go to the dungeon and then do the dungeon, which is the one with the dragon, which is the probably the weirdest dungeon of them all because it's in a lot of ways almost like one big open room because it's in a cave system where there's not a lot of sort of snaking passages through it. It's a very interesting setup. So if you want more, you could find this. Usually you can find this on DM Skill, usually probably pretty cheap. It's not a very expensive product. It's not a very popular product, honestly. But I think that's just from lack of observation, not that the product itself is particularly bad. So we have this opening where like, yep, here's the basic startings. Small room, big room, cave opening, ruins entrance, which kind of makes sense with the way they've set up the adventures in the game. With a lot of the first dungeon starting basically just right under a building, so those large rooms and small rooms kind of make sense that way. Like I'm going to intuit that that's what they meant by that. Is that hey, you walk down a pair of stairs and boom, you're in the dungeon. You walk through somebody's cellar or that is somebody's cellar in town. Very close to sort of how Baldur's Gate 3 has a lot of their dungeons that are in the city itself. So very standard starting areas. It gives you all the classics: natural structure, artificial structures, and then a classic ruins entrance. And then we march right into dungeon corridors. So dungeon corridors are one of the meat and potato things. How do you get between the different rooms? Dungeon corridors. Very straight. One of the things that you'll notice with this is the dungeon corridors are pretty long. In general, they go with 40 feet as a length, which is that's a pretty long passageway. So a lot of space in between rooms if you're doing it that way. There's a lot of ends in a door, ends in a dead end. The nice thing is that every time you come across a dead end, there might be a chance for secret doors. So we already have secret doors to make an entrance into the game just immediately for making this. It does give you a very idea, though, if you've ever looked at the rules, if you're a player, it's like, oh, there's a dead end. Well, I'm going to check for secret doors, because why wouldn't you? Also, it's weird to have a passageway in a dungeon a hallway that just ends in nothing. So you might look at that and be like, oh, there's probably something here. Otherwise, this place just goes off to nowhere, and that's weird. But then you have to take an extra step with logical thinking, being like, okay, what's the point of a secret door if you build a hallway dedicated specifically for a secret door? Which, yeah, that's weird. Dungeons don't always make sense, yes, and you see that especially when you randomize the generation of the dungeons, they really don't make sense real fast sometimes if you don't go out of your way to do that. And one of the things they don't have in here, being like I said before, is the thing where you step back and go, hey, maybe choose something else. This doesn't make any sense. So dead ends, side passages, which is a separate table, and we'll see that that changes. That won't be the consistent. Usually it'll just hit you back to corridors again. Trickster traps and wandering monsters. So it's interesting to have a spot where you check for wandering monsters, which is interesting and is something that I still do today when I make dungeons. Is that I'll sometimes check hallways and be like, this seems like a good place to maybe make a wandering monster check as they progress through the dungeon, especially if it's an area in a dungeon that's maybe sort of like a central nexus area where the central chamber passageways where I know they're going to be probably walking back and forth a bunch of times. The more you walk through the passageway, the more likely it is that you're going to run into some monsters while you do that. So I think that makes sense. I do like that. Having basically keyed into your dungeon and be like, hey, you should roll for wandering monsters when they pass through here. Now, then you have to have fights in hallways, which is not always the most exciting, but can be, depending on what's on your wandering monster table and what they do. Because it could be people defending their home, but it could be other scavengers, rival adventuring parties. It could be all sorts of different things. Depends on what you put on the wandering monster table. And a room, obviously. So one of the things that's interesting in here that I found very interesting is there's nothing in these rules that's like, hey, there's just a turn. All the corners always go straight. That will also change when we get into further editions, because I think you've held a couple of those dungeons, you're like, oh, yeah, all the passageways are weirdly straight. And then there's the side passages that split off. Side passage is kind of a weird name, and let's go ahead and jump and look at that. That's table G. Because sometimes it's an intersection. Or yeah, it's always an intersection. So side passages is kind of a weird. I wish they called that table intersections instead. So it's a bit weird. Weird to name it a side passage when, yeah, sure it's side passages, but then by the name of side passages makes it things like those are less important corridors, which may or may not be true. Another thing you'll notice is none of these corridors or the side passages have any width to them. They kind of assume this is an older style of game, so squares are generally assumed to be 10 by 10, represent 10 by 10 space rather than 5 by 5 space, as we look at dungeon maps now. So everything's kind of assumed to be like 10 feet wide unless stated otherwise. So 40 feet long, 10 feet wide. What we're going for. Doors. Door left side. The doors tell you where they are, and then there's a door type afterwards. So wooden door locked. Opening in the wall, which is a weird way because that could be natural or artificial. Like it could be like an archway or a door, like an open doorway, or it could be like, hey, there's a crack in the wall here that you can squeeze through. Both which are interesting, and it'd be nice to have a little bit more clarity about which one they were trying to mean here, but maybe it's left ambiguous on purpose for us to interpret as dungeon masters. And then metal door and metal door lock. So our very, very constant ones, we don't see very often, they're very limited. We don't see things like different types of materials, adamantine, etc. We don't see any portcullises, we don't see any gates, we don't see stone doors, we don't see other sorts of things. Like we have secret doors in here, but that's kind of in a different area. And you do notice on the doors on the left-hand wall, and then the passage continues. Door on the right-hand wall continues, door straight ahead. And those passages continue for 20 feet. So it's very easy to get into a bunch of rooms or a bunch of branching off paths very, 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 very easily. When you look up at this table, 9 through 17 is going to be either a side passage or room. And then, so it's likely there's only a 20% chance when you're rolling a corridor that the corridor is just going to continue with nothing else in it. It's like it's actually pretty likely that you're going to have a side passage that shows up, so a junction, or you're going to have a room. Those are the most common things that are going to come up. The space beyond the door. So the passage goes for 20 feet, there's a room, and then we get into some of the weird stuff that we see in older editions that we don't see as much in some of the newer editions. We have false door, opening reveals blank wall behind it, and 19 or 20 trick or trap, opening the door reveals a blank wall that triggers the effect. One of the things that's super, super interesting about this, and it's something that will be consistent, and I don't think I'd ever really noticed about it in the way that I've built dungeons, and I feel like the way that I've played in dungeons that people have made, is that usually it's real doors that are tricked or trapped. It's actually pretty rare that it's a false door and a trap. But in the dungeon creation rules that we have here, and in some of the later ones, actually all of them, none of them are inconsistent with this. The door is always fake when there's a trap. Like a fake door is part of the trap. It's not a door that you also walk through, which feels very consistent if you think of traps in a very realistic kind of way or rational kind of way. One of the best pieces of advice that I really took to heart about traps comes from Roggy, who is the person who puts out Lamentations of the Flame Princess, which is an OSR product. And the idea being that people put traps where there's not a lot of foot traffic, or a place that they don't want to manually guard with a warm body. You don't necessarily want to put, like, if you were going to put a trap in your house, if you were going to put a pit trap in your home, you probably wouldn't put it right inside your own doorway. Because you're like, how often do I need to go in and out through the front door of my home? Very often. I don't want to mess with that. That's a real pain in the butt. It's more of an inconvenience to me than it's going to stop anybody who's coming into my home uninvited and falling into a 10-foot pit. So you tend to put those things in areas that you don't go through very often. So if you had, so it's very useful in dungeons where it's like, oh, there's a back entrance that we don't really want to spend the time to have somebody watch over. We don't want to have a guard station or anything. Oh, we put a trap there instead, and that will, depending on the trap, it's either going to hurt the people that are in there, or it's going to set off some sort of alarm to let us know that people are coming in through the back door. And that's very similar to how we deal with kind of security alarms work today, right? You set it when you're not inside. Now imagine that your home alarm was always set up, your home security alarm was always set up while you were inside. It would be going off all the time because you have kids, or you forget about it. The kids who open doors, or you forget about it, and you open the door, and the alarm goes off. It's such a big pain in the butt. That's the reason why we don't do that. So it really needs to be set in a place where it's not inconvenient for the people who are living and working in this place. But it is an interesting thing that shows up where the traps are always on false doors. They're not on real doors. Real doors can be locked, but they're never trapped. So obviously this is not consistent with the way that adventure modules will put out, and I think that's where all of us probably learned this. You're like, oh, adventure modules, almost when traps show up, they're often on real doors. But the generation tools that we receive, at least in this context, as the ones that I'm going to be looking at, don't say to put traps on real doors. Traps are always on fake doors, which is very interesting. And I need to start taking that into mind more, because that's not something I'd really considered. Then we move on to secret doors. Secret door on the left, secret door on the right, secret door on the opposite side of the room, or straight ahead in the corridor. And then there's 50% chance when you're rolling for secret doors that there's not a secret door. I think 50% of the chance that there is a secret door whenever it comes up is pretty high. Especially when, where is it? You're checking for it at 10% of the time when you're just rolling on corridors anyways. One of the things that is interesting in here is that, is there room exits? Yeah, room exits, we'll get there. Never mind. I'm jumping the gun. I'm jumping the gun there when we're talking about secret doors. We'll get there. We'll talk about it about that point. We talked about side passages already, where it's basically a four-way junction, a three-way junction, or basically three other forms of three-way T-junctions. Again, it would have been nice in the side passages, the corridors, to just be like, and then the corridor turns left or right. It's not in here, which is a very weird omission. Especially on the side passage table when you already only have 4 entries. It's like you couldn't add maybe a few more entries that were just like, oh, it turns, or doubles back, or just to kind of keep from, because it's been my experience that this creates a lot of very straight and narrow passages that don't really do any winding, which I think is useful having just, especially concerning the D&D that I just ran yesterday, is that curves and passageways are really, really nice because it allows at least some form of amount of tactical play when you're fighting in a hallway. If you have a wandering monster, or monsters are moving, or adventurers are moving between chambers, and they run into each other, is that having a corner or something in there is really helpful. It means like, oh, well, you can only see some of them, so it's not just otherwise it just kind of turns into a ranged fight most of the time. It's everybody's getting off as many ranged attacks as they can because there's only limited melee that they can do, and then it kind of becomes kind of a kill box, and that's not particularly interesting for either side. It's kind of whoever has better AOE's, which is usually the players, but not always. Not always. It also means if you have like area effects that hang around for a while, like cloud kills, darkness, things like that, there's no way to get around those. Like that, you just have to go through it or find a way to dismiss it, which is something I ran into when I was running D&D last night. They had ended the session with an encounter with the last Dark Mantle. They run away from a previous combat. They'd found it again, or it found them. They found it, and it tried to grab them and dropped its little darkness aura. And there's no way to get around that. You have to go through the darkness aura to get to it when it's in a passage like that. Look at the rooms themselves. So one of the things that I think is really interesting in the way that they do rooms, especially in this old one, is the rooms are actually really kind of small compared to what we think of today. Is that we're looking at 10 by 10 foot room, which remember in the way that this mapping is done, that's one square. 20 by 20, 30 by 30, 40 by 40, and then some rectangles. But the largest one just being a 30 by 50 room, which is not particularly a large room. By contemporary modern day D&D standards, it's not a very large room. Now we think about combat areas being much more, closer to like an 80 by 80, something that you might want so that way you can make use of those long range spells and ranged attacks and provide a lot of pathing to do and really kind of split up the party and the monsters. So it's not everybody kind of crammed all together trying to fight and not a lot of tactical things to move around or things to get over. But remember that this is an older edition of the game and not a lot of tactical grid mapping stuff. We don't necessarily play on like a Chessex battle map with miniatures necessarily. So that's of less importance. There's also a lot less tactical things that kind of go on, especially if you're playing melee characters. So really, you only need to know like how many people can I hit with Fireball, and am I going to hit my own people if I cast it? That may be one of the only things that you're kind of looking for is AOE spell stuff. So yeah. Also, there's no other rooms. It's only squares and rectangles. There's no circles, octagons, weird shapes, anything like that. That also changes over time. We'll see that change. But yeah, I'm always struck by how small the rooms are in older D&D because we look at some of the things that we do now, where you have just going back to the darkness spell that I was just talking about. That makes up like a 15-foot burst. So that's a bunch of squares already. That's already a 6 by 6 area. So that's a 15-foot by 15-foot area. That takes up significant portions of these rooms, if not the entire rooms in some aspects, if you were using a spell or ability like that. Room exits, and then a room exit location table, which is a little maybe overwrought. I feel like at this point, if you've been rolling the D&D and you've gone through the adventures, I feel like you understand the dice well enough that you could probably do without table J, and you could just interpret or make up where the exits are in the room. But very simple. A pretty even chance. Most likely, there's going to be one exit in a room, one entrance, one exit. There's slightly less likelihood that you're going to have two exits, and then only a 15% chance that you're going to have three exits. And the same chance, of 15% chance, is no exits, but you do have to check for secret doors. So it's like 15% chance that there's no exits, but then 50% of that chance. So 7.5% chance that there is a secret door. So, not quite every 1 in 10 rooms with no exits is going to have, or 1 in 10 rooms in general is going to have a secret door in it. And those secret doors are only going to show up in rooms that don't have exits. So again, that's one of those weird things that's like, this will change over time, but it is one of the things is like, if you had looked at these rules before playing as a player, you would know, oh, there's no point in checking for secret doors because this room has exits in it. And that's just the way that the rubric works. But not necessarily not as Dungeon Master. I think this kind of goes in with the fake doors with traps. is that the idea is that, oh, you're going to have context clues as to when to look for things. Well, when I investigate a door now I know I'm looking for something very specific to know if it's trapped or not. Does it look like a real door? How are the ways that I can investigate if it is a real door? Can I feel air moving underneath it without touching it? Things like that. They're like, oh no, you don't feel any air movement, or you're able to, slide a dagger under the door and realize that it immediately hits wall behind it. And you're like, yep, that's a fake door. That's definitely trapped. We don't need to mess with this. And that gives you a little bit more fun play for somebody who's like a thief, rogue kind of archetype who want to do more of that investigation kind of thing without just being like, oh, I roll an investigation check. It's like, oh, you tell me how you're investigating the door, especially if you're not going to touch it. What is that going to look like for you? And then having context will, oh, this is a room that just dead ends. That's a bit weird. I wonder if it's connected to one of the nearby rooms or chambers or passage, has its own passage or something like that. Now it does have the weird thing, and I think I was looking at one of the D&D 2025 maps that are in the back of the DMG that has a secret door, and I was like, this is a weird secret. Why is the secret door here? It just connects two chambers that are right next to each other that you could also just get to those chambers by walking through a passageway, I think. I think it's a 2024 map that I was looking at. I was looking at a map published by D&D, a recent map. I was like, that's a weird place to put. Why is a secret door there? That doesn't really make any sense. It was also being another room that people can just get into. There's nothing that's stopping them from getting into that room. So you do come up with that when you do random dungeon generation. You have things that pull in like that. It is super common to have a secret door that just leads to another room that you could otherwise just kind of walk to. Like it's not really its own separate part. It's not like a sub level. It's not a place where necessarily it's just more dungeon. It's not necessarily like there's some big cache there or that's where the relic is hidden or anything like that. At least not with random dungeon generation. That's where you need to show your hand as a dungeon master and like step into the random dungeon generation and be like, okay, there's just going to be a room back here, and that's where they're going to hide the valuables. So any valuables that would show up in this room are just going to be in that room, or I'm going to roll for additional valuables that are in that room. And maybe I'd roll that with advantage using contemporary D&D language. Be like, oh, I'm just going to roll twice to take the better result, and be like, so that way I know there's going to be something useful and valuable in there to reward them for looking and finding a secret door. And again, exit locations, like I feel like you could have just rolled a d6. One of the things that is interesting and does change as we go forward is the exit locations. You could end up with 3 exits all on the same wall here. So you could end up with like 2 passages that are going and then a chamber that's also in that direction, which is going to get really, really crowded considering how small these rooms are. There's not a lot of room. So there is some weird stuff that kind of happens with that. Especially when you have dungeon chambers that just lead to other dungeon chambers and passages that just kind of exist to take one next room to the next room that are just side by side. It's literally just a path between 2 chambers. And you're like, well, why aren't the chambers just right next to each other then? That's sort of the guided hand of it. As a dungeon master, be like, actually, we're just going to take out these do nothing passages and just put the rooms right next to each other. And now that does change up things when you're doing things like wandering monster rolls or rolling for some like reaction rolls. Like, hey, did monsters that I know are keyed into the next room, do they hear the player characters in this room? If they get into a fight in this room, probably. And you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're immediately overwhelming the players because all the dungeon denizens do the old Matt Colville screw, and all the dungeon denizens immediately flock to that one location, overwhelm the party. Even though, realistically, if we're being really honest, that would happen a lot. A lot. Is that alarm would go up, everybody gets activated, everybody runs, and eventually finds you, especially if it's a small dungeon. And so we have to do a little suspension of disbelief and be like, okay, at least the passageway maybe muffles some of that sound. Maybe there's a couple doors in the way, so maybe they don't hear it. Anyways. But yeah, I'm usually a fan of removing just passages that are only there to connect rooms. Though I'd say that I am actually starting to lean away from that a little bit more. Just to make sure that there is that sort of buffer, so monsters aren't just immediately dogpiling into a combat. It's also easier to get away with, I feel like, with natural structures like caves and stuff like that, where there's just small passages between larger rooms. Underground stuff that makes sense if it's like a constructed like keep or something like that, that starts to make less sense. And then we get into the good stuff, the room contents. What is in the room? So this one goes pretty well. I like this roll table. I think all these roll tables are D20s for the most part. There's a D4 that start out, but almost all of them are D20s, which is nice. When you don't have to constantly be cycling through a bunch of different dice when you're trying to make the dungeon. It's a nice little consideration from the designer to do that. It's something you don't see a lot of. Yeah, most of them are D20s, D20 roll tables, which is nice. Now it does kind of mean that maybe the tables aren't as tidy as they could be because you're either making too many entries to go into a table, or you've got something like, oh, the exits table was like, oh, there's only actually four choices, and you could just roll a d4, which then begs the question, hey, if we're rolling a d20 here, why don't we roll a d20 here at the very beginning? Why is this the only table where we roll a d4? Very interesting choice. But I do like having a d20 so you're not always cycling through dice, trying to find, d4 or a d12, or I need a d8 now. Or... It is nice. We did that. Exit locations where they are. The next one is down here, table 3. So let me correct myself. In the event of 3 exits, there's 1 exit on each wall. I forgot that there is that sub heading there. I wish this is one of the things when you read this, and I have this in my notes, be like, this little blurb should be up here. I shouldn't look at the tables, roll on the tables, and assign things to my dungeon map, and then go down to the next thing and be like, hey, by the way, you should put 1 exit on each wall, and be like, I just already assigned them. I just rolled and assigned them all weird. But this is a better setup. Though there are lots of instances in the real world in which multiple doors go into the same passage corridor, like any sort of like auditoriums like that, right? You have usually at least 2 aisles, or a movie theater, at least 2 aisles that go into doors, into the same doors to go to the same passage. Like it's okay to do that. But like I said, it would get crowded if you ended up with 3 on the same side. Then our room contents, I do like this table. You get empty rooms, tricks and traps, monsters, treasure, trick and trap and monster, trick and trap and treasure, monster and treasure. So I think the only thing that's kind of missing here, and this is pretty much similar to the table that I use now to stock dungeons. It's written a little bit different. I like my table a little bit better. It's a 2d6 table. I like the way that mine's set up now, because the way that mine's set up is that there is an option that you can roll in which you will get both a trick, trap, hazard, obstacle, a monster, and treasure in it. Which is the only thing that this table's missing. And can do it in a much smaller, more contained table that you can actually memorize very easily, as I have done. Because there's only 6 entries on the table. You just roll the dice twice. It's very similar to sort of the classic red box. Or basic. I think it's basic, is where it comes out. A very basic style of dungeon stocking. Mentor box, I think, is one that has the table I like. Or that I built my table, kind of piggybacking off of, where I like the table, but similar to this, it was like, it doesn't quite get me there. I just need to tweak it a little bit for what I want. So you will notice in this table, no hazards or obstacles, only tricks and traps. And then we get into tricks and traps table, and this is very sort of classic, older edition D&D stuff. Tricks and traps, there's a secret door here. So, when I said, oh, secret doors only happen in dead-end corridors or rooms with no exits, that's not necessarily true. They can just show up in rooms. But considering there's only a 25% chance of whatever that is, so what is it? A 1/4% chance of 20%, so there's a 5% chance in any room that there any room that there's a secret door. So not necessarily something you need to always be checking, especially because usually in this style of play that you are tracking turns and rolling for wandering monsters and people spend a bunch of time doing stuff. So usually not worth it to seek for a secret door in every single room that you encounter. Now, if you this is still old school, so if you're playing something like an elf, they just have a chance necessarily of finding secret doors because this is still pretty old school where you have races class, dwarves and elves. So there's a secret door, pit, 10-foot pit, 10-foot pit with spikes, traps, trap, oil and flaming cinder splatters random target from hole in the wall or ceiling. So some fire damage comes in. Roll saving throw for half. That's nice compared to something like the pit where if you pass your saving throw, you just don't get damage. So you see a mix of things, traps that both do full damage and traps that if you save don't do any damage versus half damage when you save. Arrow traps, spear trap, which is just a different flavor of arrow trap. The spear trap somehow does less damage than an arrow trap. Why? I don't know. I feel like getting hit with a spear does a lot more damage than an arrow necessarily. But sure. Gas trap, classic. This gas trap is not poison, it just makes you fall asleep. And then, again, if you're rolling for wandering monsters, that's bad. If the party's asleep and the wandering monsters show up, well, roll up your new characters. Because they're just going to kill you, probably. And then a gas trap, where they take poison damage. A cave-in, this is really our only hazard or obstacle in here, is a cave-in. And you could argue that you can set up a cave-in as a trap. Not necessarily as a thing that happens organically. I feel like this would be a thing if it was going to be like a normal obstacle or hazard in the dungeon. If there are creatures that live in here, they have some sort of warning like, "Hey, don't go in here" or something like that, because you can't trust that it's going to be safe passage going through there. And the last one is very classic. You got to throw it in there. It's a classic old school thing. Random pool of water. Pool of waters can be super great in old school D&D. They're also some of the worst things in the game. They can do real bad stuff to you. So the pool of water is empty, or it contains treasure, or it's actually acid. It's not water at all, and you just take damage from it. And the one that's like, hey, it heals. That's magic healing. If you heals that has some healing font, it's a healing font that can give you some healing. And sometimes it's actually just a spike pit. So one of the rolls for 20 is actually just the second one, or the third one, the 10-foot deep pit with spikes. So now you're also in water. So pretty nasty. So you look at that and you go, maybe not worth going into, maybe not worth messing with pools of water. And we'll see that the fountains and pools of water, those transition very quickly out of D&D and no longer become a thing pretty much after this edition. In third edition, they don't show up very much in going forward. Now, one of the things I do like, so when you see up here and it says, hey, for the stocking, we're going to go to a monster tables, and there's two monster tables. There is standard monsters and special monsters, which are down here. And so basically, they're like the lethality of the monsters. And you have an interesting table here, a 1d8 plus 1d12, so it gives you a little bit of a curve. It's relatively flat, but it does give you a little bit of a curve, normal curve, but it is very flat. To make sure that you don't have too many bat attacks and too many warg attacks, but you're going to have quite a few. Let's see, that's 4.5 and 6.5, so 11. So most of the time you're going to run into kobolds. More often than not, you run into kobolds. So in this middle section, you've got skeletons, myconids, kobolds, goblins. Those are the things you're going to run into most of the time with this setup. And of course, you could make your own, but these are the monsters that are presented in this sort of quick start box. But it does give you this idea. It's like, oh, okay, if you have the curve and you know a little bit about math, you go, all right, so those are the things that are going to come up most often. And then I can put things like Zargs and the bats at the end, the giant spiders, the wargs, you're actually more likely to come up across a jelly cube than spiders, which I think is interesting. But spiders are pretty bad in this game. They're pretty nasty. They're not something you want to mess with. And then our special monsters are things that are in here. So we see spiders, giant, are on here again, because they are pretty nasty. And then you have, oh, Minotaur. Minotaur, bad news. You don't want to come up against the Minotaur. Carrion crawlers, also bad news. Pudding, bad news. Sturges, pretty bad. Bugbear, quite bad. Ghouls, bad. Very bad. Older edition ghouls are a real problem with their paralytic touch. Getting paralyzed in old school D&D is no joke. That's a good way to get killed real quick. So yeah, I like this idea. So one of the things we want to talk about is the monsters that are standard monsters are supposed to be monsters that are used in a room or as wandering monsters. And special monsters are for a room or specifically or to provide a more challenging encounter. And I do see this. You're not going to see this in any of the stuff going forward from D&D related, but it is something that I took to heart, and I was like, oh, we should kind of split it up because I think it's D&D works best when you have a variety of encounters, like easier encounters and more difficult encounters, to have a mixture of those to keep things a little bit interesting and to keep sort of those upbeats and downbeats pacing wise going really well. So it's not like always getting hammered. Sometimes there are monsters that they run into. They're pretty easy to fight, or they get the drop on. But as you can tell from an ecology standpoint, all these monsters can be in the same thing, and you're just like, why are there myconids, and how are they living with a jelly cube in their midst? And what about those orcs? And why is anybody hanging around a bunch of skeletons? Or things like, well, there's carrion crawlers or deadly puddings on the loose. Why are we messing around in here? This is a terrible place to live. Also, there could be just a troll or an ogre. So ecology-wise, very much a mixed bag, but limited, of course, by the constraints of being sort of a introduction to the game. So you can really only use the monsters that they give you in here. You're not expected to have like the full monstrous manual from second edition to pull from. That's the stuff they tell you in other parts of the books. It's like, hey, if you like this and you continue your adventuring, here's probably the books you should maybe look at buying next. And the monstrous manual is one of those. It'd be like, if you want more monsters, which, yeah, you probably do, and you want to level up, you should get your player's handbook and monsters manual. And then if you want to look at, I think if they're like, oh, if you want more traps, or you want to learn more about doing the overland adventures, or building more complete dungeons, then you can start looking at things like the DM tree. So treasure. So one thing I'll say is the treasure in this edition, it goes hard even for low levels. You can get a lot real quick. I don't like that necessarily they broke up gems, jewelry, and gold pieces into 50% of the table, really over 50% of the table, when they all just redirect to the same value table right afterwards. It's like, you could have just been like sundry wealth, or just made these all one entry and be like, most of the time you're just going to get stuff that's worth money. But you immediately go 10 gold, 100 gold, 500 gold. Those are your different levels of value. So you can get real rich real quick in a dungeon, pulling stuff out of here. If you're pulling out 50% of the loot you're pulling out, and there's a high likelihood of that you're going to get more than 10 gold on a pull. So you can actually get quite a bit of money quite quickly. And that is sort of a more of an old school kind of play. We see that less probably now. More of an old school kind of play where it's like, oh, you go in the dungeon and you get a bunch of money, and then you come out and you live the high life until you kind of run out of money, or you're saving money because, again, this is still an area where you have to pay people to train you to level up, and that costs quite a bit of gold. Not a ton, though. I think it costs, well, I mean, it's pretty pricey, I should say. In the context of this, it's not pricey, but in the context of the greater scheme of things, it is pricey. I think it's 1,500 per level. So if you want to go from level 1 to level 2, you got to pay somebody 1,500 gold to train you, and then you have to take some time to get trained. So you need money to level up. Which is a good way to sort of... It's one of the things that contemporary D&D struggles with is, I think we see in 5e in 2024, where you're like, I give my party a whole bunch of gold and they have nothing to do with it. When we don't have a magic item economy in the game, it's like they don't really have anything to spend money on. There's no way to get that money out of the group's hands in a way that they get something from it. So then you, as irrational as a player character, you're like, hey, we made like 10,000 gold. We have that just kind of like sitting around. Do we want to just maybe like take a year off? Be like, we'll split it up. Everybody gets 2,000 gold, and maybe we just like live a good life for a year. And maybe we come back together and do more adventuring after that, or maybe we invest in some sort of business or buy land or something like that. Now, in old school D&D, that's very common. It would be like that's sort of the end goal. The end goal is to accrue enough wealth to the fact so you basically don't have to go dungeon delving anymore. It's basically a get rich quick scheme. You do a bunch of dangerous stuff, you get a bunch of money, and then you move on, especially in old school D&D, moving towards like, oh, this different aspect of the game, which is more of a land management style, where you just kind of become a robber baron or just a landed baron in their own right, and then you pay other people to adventure for you, and then you kind of transition to playing those characters as a revenue stream, so you outfit them, and then you get a cut of their percentage, and it's a very interesting way to play. I think it's kind of cool. It's not something you see very often, though, but it is more of a simulationist, strategic kind of game where you're like, oh, I'm managing all this extra stuff once I accrue enough wealth or level out of being like, I don't need to go into dungeons anymore. That stuff's dangerous. I pay people to do that now, and I reap the rewards of it. It's like moving from being a music artist to being a producer of other music artists. Like, oh, it's much easier. It's hard to make hits when you're a musician or any sort of entertainer in the music industry. It's difficult to make a hit record or a top song that's going to make you a bunch of money. But it's actually a lot easier if you have a bunch of people trying to do that. It's more likely that one's going to succeed. And if you have multiple people that are good and you sign good talent and they put out stuff, you get a more consistent revenue stream, and that's why people kind of move out of musician producer kind of aspects. It's because it's more lucrative. It's more lucrative for less work, and you don't have to go on tour to do it, which is nice. And you get to own the music, and when you own the music, that's where the real money comes. Because most artists don't own their music. So then we have other things you can pick up, armor and weapons. So these tables are a little weird in the Soul School, and I think this is because the inclusion of these are specifically because of the monsters that are included. Because we have this deadly pudding. Or no, sorry. It's oh, and it's not even in here? It may not be in here. It's gotta be in here, right? Oh, did they not put it in here? Is that an omission? Sorry, and it's like there is a. Where is it? I know it's in here. Yeah, gray ooze. But I guess the gray ooze isn't on the table. So I thought the reason those things were in there was because, oh, gray oozes eat metal. And so if you have it as a wandering monster or as a thing that shows up pretty often in a dungeon room when you're making these chambers, it's like, yeah, you're going to need replacement armor and weapons for playing characters to go through here. But it doesn't look like they're actually on these unless I'm just missing them. I feel like it might be... No, I don't think they're in here. We have the pudding, but not the use. Interesting. So yeah, just gear. I guess if you want hirelings to hire it out. But yeah, once you have mundane armor, I mean, armor's still expensive in old school D&D, so there's a chance that you're gonna like be able to upgrade as you go through it. So you're really kind of trying to find that plate mail. And I feel like contemporary D&D still does a pretty good job of that, where plate mails are really expensive. So on the first few levels, you're like, hey, if we can find a monster that, like a humanoid monster that's got some plate armor, like I'm taking that and see if we can retrofit it. Now, usually in my games, I'll be like, oh well, obviously it's not. Plate armor is very specifically tailored to the person who's supposed to wear it, so it's not going to fit you. But you can take it to a smith who will be able to work on the armor and fit it to you. at a significantly lower price than paying outright to get plate mail tailored for you. So rather than basically making an alteration, having to make it full sale for you, that's already cheaper. And then, yeah, I mean, the weapons are weapons, the armor is armor. Then you go on the magic items, there's only a 5% chance that you're going to have magic items that show up in the room, which is very similar to how I do it now. I still kind of use that as the gauge. I feel like, yeah, there's about 5% chance you're going to run across magic item every time that there's loot on the table, potentially. Here you got potions, scrolls, rings, staffs or wands, miscellaneous items, armors, weapons, artifacts. And that's really what the rest of this is. So it gives you all your dungeon stocking thing. It's very interesting to see how many treasure tables there are compared to all the rest of the tables for making the dungeon. So there are, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So in total there are 11 tables for treasure and 2 tables for monsters. The entirety of room stocking is 4, if you're discounting that. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's almost as many other sections of tables combined as there are tables for just treasure alone. So treasure obviously plays a very large part in this second edition style of game, and gear is a lot more important in the older systems because your stats usually not great. They're usually not great, and so having magic items is really helpful. Having good gear is extremely helpful, especially when we're dealing with low-level old school casting where you've got very limited spell slots, you run out of them very quickly, and this is pre-cantrips, so there's not a lot for your wizards and clerics to do. They got crossbows and maces that they're waiting in the battle with, and trying not to use a ton of spells. Now, we do see things that show up interesting. Not all the treasure is good. There is bad treasure in here, negative things. For example, under potions, you can get poison. So if you drink the poison, that's bad. If you recognize it's poison, and of course they don't give you any rules for that, but we can assume there are other sections that tell you how to do ability checks, because this is pre-skills still. So there aren't skills for that. You'll be like, oh, if you wanted to do, oh, maybe your rogue is the sort of person who might truck with things like poisons. And so they might be able to identify a poison. I mean, like, if you realize it's poison, then maybe it's something you can put on your blades, or something that you can put into somebody's drink and poison them. And it can be a useful tool, but if you're not clear as to what you're doing, you can also drink it and hurt yourself, thinking it's a healing potion or something. And other potions: fire resistance, strength, healing, invisibility, speed, poison. Same thing with scrolls. At the bottom, there's a 5% chance that you're going to get a cursed scroll. Cursed with what? I don't know. I think that cursed may be somewhere else in the book. There's a lot of things where a lot of the magic items aren't. They don't give you the information for it. Here, you have to go kind of looking through it through the adventure book. Unfortunately, it's not like the monsters where you have this nice thing where you can see all the monsters right next to you. We don't have that same sort of write-up for things like magic items. But scrolls, so you can get a cursed scroll that will be bad. I'm sure the cursed effect is in there somewhere. I have to go look for it. Same thing with the rings. There's a ring of clumsiness, which is you're probably gonna have to make some dexterity checks or saving throws checks, because saving throws are different here. You're gonna have to do some checks, dexterity checks, where you're probably trying to do things, like hop over a pit. Probably, if you have that ring of clumsiness, you're probably gonna have to make some sort of check to do that. Staves of wands, sphere, fire, illumination, lightning, curing, magic missile. So no cursed staves or wands. Nothing bad there. And the miscellaneous magic, you don't have anything bad. Boots of Elvenkind, bracers of defense. Oh, defenselessness. Actually, that's a bad one, I think. Instead of bracers of defense, that is a cursed item. Sorry. Cloak of Elvenkind, cloak of protection, dust of appearance, gauntlets of ogre strength, portable hole, rope of climbing, rope of constriction, stone of good luck, chime of opening, pearl of wisdom. all those super classic D&D magic items. Many of which don't get used today, like Chime of Opening doesn't come up very often. Rope of Constriction, I don't think there's even stats for in 5e 2024. Which is just like, this is a magical rope that helps you tie people up. There's a more focus on that in some older editions too, where you're not necessarily always killing monsters. Sometimes you grab a monster and you're like, I need to take this person as a hostage or for information, so I'm taking them with me. So it's really important that I can tie them up. Magical armor and weapons, -1. That's right, -1. So 5% chance that your magic armor or weapon is actually detrimental. But it's still magical, which is useful in certain contexts. This is something that I should maybe look at doing for my current games and in newer editions. Is be like, oh, rather than have something that's like the go-to common magic sword item, which is the Moonblade for 5e 2024, be like, oh, what if it's a -1? Like, oh, it's a magic sword it's kind of on the fritz, or it's been damaged or something like that. So you actually do less damage with it, but it is still magical. So if you fight anything with magical resistance, it's still better than fighting with your standard weapons, because they're not going to have resistance to damage, which could be a nice way to implement magic without making it super OP very, very early on, but also protecting them against things like, now in this edition, things like the Gray Ooze can eat through magic items. But in contemporary D&D, that's usually not the case. Usually, Gray Oozes, I think Gray Ooze specifically says it cannot destroy magic items. Magic items then kind of changed and are actually become very, very difficult to destroy. But in the older editions of the game, they can very much be destroyed. They're also more common. You just run across them more often. So yeah, I could see in effect be like, oh, there's reasons to have not just a +0 magic item, but maybe even a reason as an interesting choice to be like, there's a -1 item. So yeah, it actually, like if you picked up studded leather, which is 12 plus dex in 5e 2024, or I'm gonna start saying 5.24. I'm gonna get there. I promise I am. And there is an opportunity to be like, yeah, it is technically not as good. It's only going to be as good as padded armor, but it is magical, which means that the rust monster or whatever can't eat it. And like, oh, okay, well that's not nothing. So maybe useful in very specific contexts. And then you have your artifact weapons: axe of hurling, mace of disruption, curse sword of berserking. So you got a curse one in there. Sword of quickness, sword +1, flame tongue, sword +1, luck blade. So yeah, that's it. Really simple, kind of getting through that. This first one's probably going to take us the longest, obviously, to get through, because it kind of gives us the base of everything we're going to build off of. So it's nice to have the artifacts in there as an additional way to go through magic items. Like the 5% chance of magic item is like a real good magic item, not just like a standard magic item. So you kind of have these tiers. You have like regular gear, and then what we might consider mundane magical items, or the uncommon magical items, and then you common to uncommon, then like your super rares, which are sort of your artifact levels. Which of course, lots of old school play, lots of focus on, oh, sometimes the stuff you pick up is bad. There's always a chance that the sword's down here because it's cursed or things like that, and then you have to deal with that. That's a larger part of the game, especially an old school game. Is that fun? I I don't know. I don't know. Um, it does feel very sort of dungeon mastery, like, gotcha, kind of. Which is not necessarily. Things are often really hard in this game, in these sorts of games. Super dangerous anyway, so adding cursed stuff on top of that can feel a bit mean-spirited, I feel like. And I think that's why we see that change as we go further and further through editions. They're like, the curse items aren't a thing that normally show up on like roll tables. That's a thing where you're like, oh, I want to do something very specific, or um, I have like a specific story point I'm trying to make with it, or something interesting for a character. I have a very concentrated reason as to why I'm putting a cursed item in here, and it's not just like, hey, you just ran across something and it's bad magic, and you're like, why is this? Why do people even have these? Why have we not buried these in the ground and have put them in a box and be like, don't touch this. This is bad. Like, why are they just kind of all over the place? Especially old school stuff with a lot of the cursed items, especially with weapons and armor and stuff like that. Like, you can't take it off. So I'm like, if it's not on an active body, which you may or may not if there are monsters in this room, but if there's not, you're not like, there's not a corpse here. There's just like a cursed, the cursed sword of Berserking's just laying in this room, just by itself. Why? What? Like, how did it get here? What happened to the people who had it? Those sorts of things, because they can't get rid of it, so why is it here? So those are the sort of questions you kind of have to ask yourself a little bit. And this document, very early on, again, super basic, very kind of just trying to strip everything down, distill everything to most easy things to do for somebody who's trying to learn how to be a dungeon master and trying to kind of make their first dungeon. Be like, don't worry about that. That's the thing where you run a few dungeons and be like, yeah, I need to do something about that because people are going to have questions whenever they run across it. Why is this random cursed item just hanging out by itself in the room? Now, again, the last thing that I do like about this one is that you do get a dungeon generation example, which is something that doesn't show up, to my knowledge, ever again as you kind of go through this. Kind of go through the editions where they like, hey, and this is an example of how to do it. But again, this is specifically stuff that's meant for, as a quick start for somebody who's new to D&D and new to being a dungeon master in general. So it's helpful to be like, this is how you use the tables to build stuff. Sam wants to generate a dungeon for his players and random dungeon generator. He takes a piece of mapping paper and goes to table A. What kind of interests? With one door leading up to the room, Sam rolls E, and you kind of go through this, and he starts putting stuff in there, and how to key your dungeon, and results like that. 1:3 myconids. He figures he'll go back later and roll their hit points. Again, this is still old school where you're expected to always roll hit points for your monsters. Some monsters don't just don't take the average, which is what we do now. And I do think the more hit dice something has, the less important that is, because it's more likely that the more dice you roll, the more normal the distribution kind of becomes. Kind of moving towards a middling point. So, can be super good, but also super bad at low levels if you're dealing with something that only has one hit die. And at that point, you're just trying to figure out whether this monster is going to be able to survive more than one attack when he gets hit. Most of the time, it's no. Most of the time, these low-level monsters with only one hit die, you hit them, you do your damage to them. You're probably going to take them out in one shot, probably. But not always. But just give you an idea of like, oh, there's tricks and traps. Kind of touches through stuff. Kind of gives you an idea of what it looks like and how to build it. Just so, as a new DM, you can look at that and be like, okay, I kind of understand the order of operations and where I get to choose, like, which parts of the dungeon I want to explore first. Even when I have side passage, I don't necessarily have to, in tandem, try to work on all the passages at the same time. And, yeah, I think the only guidance... Actually, I don't even know if that guidance is in here. That guidance is not in here. Nope. More experience with him. Nope. Yeah, there's nothing in here to tell you about the size of making a dungeon. Another thing that's not in here is there's no stairs. So no multi-levels, which is a little weird for old school dungeons, but like I said, this is really aimed at a very, very new dungeon master, new people to D&D coming in, so they're not like, oh, necessarily like the old classic dungeon styles that we see, where it's like, oh, you build levels, and levels roughly correspond to player levels. With dungeons, you go deeper, more dangerous monsters. First level 1 dungeon is primarily challenges for level 1 parties. And as you go further and further down, that changes. But yeah, this is sort of the adventure game. Got it right out the gate. That's what it's looking like. 25th anniversary edition is what this is. That's what this nice little silver medal says here. And was sort of my first step kind of behind the screen, kind of looking at it like, oh, this is how you build a dungeon, kind of set up adventures. Notice doesn't give you any story, no ecology, no like why are people here? Obviously, they're here to get loot and gain levels. That's how the game is played. Why else would they be in here? So that changes, and there were a lot of different resources I can pull through to kind of look at next. But the one that I did choose on is one of my favorites, and I think it kind of shows the progression from like absolutely new to somebody who's kind of new, and then to somebody we'll see the expectations change through editions, and that's going to be the fourth edition Dungeon Master's Guide. Uh, so I think this is probably one of the best Dungeon Master guides that's ever been written, which is a real shame because a lot of people don't like this edition. But I do say that this book really, really holds up regardless of what edition you have. Like, yeah, of course you have to change the DCs and the numbers, but the advice in here is probably one of the better Dungeon Master's guides actually written as a guide to help you be a Dungeon Master. And that kind of comes from the conceit of fourth edition. So fourth edition, they're looking for new blood into the hobby. They're jumping on the World of Warcraft train. MMOs expected to be sort of like this killer for the tabletop RPG industry. Now, of course, we have some years of hindsight to be like, yeah, well, it didn't. And actually, it's never been more popular. But at the time, WoW had come out. WoW was insanely popular. People were addicted to this game, online game, and Blizzard is just making money hand over fist with this game. And Dungeons and Dragons is like, we are clearly losing people playing that game, but we want to do this idea where we're going to try to make an addition to the game that's going to cater towards that style of play and try to make things easier and different and pull people from that MMO side, because at this time Dungeons and Dragons does have its own MMO, Dungeons and Dragons Online, try to pull people back towards table. And they said they'd have things like the virtual tabletop and online builder. Virtual tabletop never manifested in the same way that the one they make now has probably not going to manifest in any significant way. It's almost like making a virtual tabletop's hard work, and WotC has a couple of decades trying to do it, and they just haven't figured out that it's hard work, and that maybe that's not something your company should be interested in trying to pursue if they wouldn't be successful. So let's go to the Dungeon Master Guide. Like I said, it's a really great. I think you'll see a different. Just let's go to the table contents. You'll see just in the table contents how different this book is than say the 5e one. The 5e one is like, hey, your first section in DMG, cosmology, how to build a multiverse, a big universe for your games to be in. Like, no. That's the opposite of where we need to be starting for a guide to how to be a dungeon master. This goes like, hey, how to be a DM. Here's about your gaming group and the players and your role and rules you want at the table. Right into running the game. How do you prep? How do you get started? Modes of the game, narration, pacing. Do you want to use props? How do you give information out? How do you improvise? How do you do endings to adventures? How do you troubleshoot things that the rules don't cover? How do you teach the game to other people? Then immediately into how do you run combat encounters? How do you make combat encounters? What about non-combat encounters in here? What about puzzles and traps and hazards and skill challenges? And how to make adventures after that? Then rewards. How to put the rewards in your adventure. And after that, how do you put adventures together into a campaign? Where do you set that campaign in the world? What does that world look like? This is Nintir Vale, which is kind of widely, and well, maybe not widely, but is considered by some people to be actually one of the primary like best places to set a D&D campaign, like a good spot. Like there's just enough of a framework there for you to kind of have a world, but also it's still very white label that gives you a lot of freedom to make up stuff about the world and make it your own. The Nintir Vale's not like the Sword Coast in Faerun, where people have been writing about it for, 30-something years now. And the Forgotten Realms are all anything but forgotten. They are well-documented realms. And the world, and doing stuff in the wild, the planes, the gods, the artifacts. And then you get into the DM's toolbox, customizing monsters, creating monsters, NPCs, house rules, and then random dungeons. Fall Crest. It's placed down here. So the world, and then you have Fall Crest, which is the starter area that they kind of give you. the town of Fallcrest in the Nethervale. Cobalt Hall, which is like a little adventure right at the end, is a little 10-page adventure, intro adventure that it gives you. But we are looking specifically at our random dungeons, which is page 190. Let's get there. Random dungeons. Here we go. So one of the things we're going to see right offhand, you open it up, you get to this section, boom, there's like large paragraphs of text here before we get to any roll tables. Now the last one, you had like a paragraph, 2 sentences, 3 sentences, like, hey, pick a starting area and go from there. If you want to do extra adventuring, you can make a random dungeon. Here's how you do it. Start rolling dice. And this one's like, oh, this, and the 4th edition book in general is written this way. It's supposed to be Dungeon Master Guide from 4th edition. It's very much written in a way to be like, it's very much like an advice kind of thing. Where it's like, here's what it is. One of the first things they tell you, one of the things that did not come up in the last one, you'll notice, how do you end the dungeon? In the last one, they don't tell you. So you're like, when you randomly get to that small percentage that you actually run into a spot where all the rooms have a dead ends in them with no secret doors, and all the passageways come to a dead end with no secret doors. And like, yeah, that's gonna be a massive dungeon before that happens. The statistical anomaly on that is the occurrence of that is very, very low, so you would make massive dungeons across many sheets of graph paper by hand. So yeah, it definitely will make that mega dungeon kind of feel for you. But this one's like, okay, let's give you some constraints. How about that? It gives you 2 right out the box. Like, hey, don't leave the paper if you have a single page of graph paper that you're using to fill in by hand. Hey, if you run into something that would run off the page, that becomes a different entrance to the dungeon, or you just erase it. And the things in here, I think it's pretty clear. It might be done here. Nope, no, I lied. But yeah, so don't leave the papers one. The other one is 1 level at a time. Once you've created 8 to 10 chambers, stop. So 8, 9, 10 rooms of challenges is considered to be a level of play in 4th edition. Like, that's a good way to be like, this dungeon will level you up. So if you want a dungeon that's going to level people up, put about that many chambers in it. If you don't want them to level up, you put fewer chambers in. If you want them to get 2 levels in the dungeon, double that number. Very simple. Then it goes right into corridors. So right in here it says, a dungeon can start with a corridor, or you can place a corridor as a separator between doors or chambers. A result of 1 through 19 on a d20, we're going to assume, the corridor ends in a door, a chamber, or stairs. Refer to the appropriate section and roll again for the tables provided there. So basically, the idea is that every dungeon starts with some sort of corridor, which is fine. I think that's fine. I think that's about on par with the starting areas of the DnDAdventure game, where you just get 4 different rooms that you could start at. It feels like a perfectly serviceable entrance to a dungeon. Could it be better? Sure. Would you like to have more choices? Sure, but I mean, like, it's fine. It works. It makes things simple. And if you roll a 20, it results in a random encounter of some sort. So, interesting way to start it off, kick it off things. So, very interesting. And then you get your roll table for the board. So, one of the things you'll notice very quickly, and this is the difference in the game, so D&D 4e, for those of you who are not familiar, is an incredibly tactics-based game. It is a very difficult game to play theater of the mind or zone combat. It very much is a game that's built to be extremely tactical on a turn-by-turn level, and you really do need to play it on a grid with miniatures. Because you need to know positioning for people for a lot of different things. So that's just the nature of the game. So one of the ways they do that is you'll see that they have gotten away with feet in measurement instead refer only to squares, and squares are 5x5. For me, it's a tomato situation. Okay, sometimes I'll just say squares. I decided last night, like, Oh, how far away is that guy? He's like 3 squares, 15 feet. We're trying to, because I think it's easier to count those smaller numbers when you're trying to figure out your movement than when it's all uniform. It's whatever. Some people don't like it. Some people, I think, are kind of crotchety about it and want to use feet. Okay. Now, the one thing that does happen here, so we see that this corridor very much encapsulates the side passage thing that we saw in the previous thing. They've kind of pushed this all together. There's no side passage table. It's getting worked into the corridors. So straight for long ways. So straight for 40, straight for 20. So we already see things kind of come down in scope as for how long passages are. Into the door, straight for 20, door on the right, straight for 20, door on the left, side passage on the right, side passage on the left. So you got T intersections, a three-way T intersection. So 8, 9, 10 are all still T intersections. It's that 10, the one that's called T intersections, means that the passage are on dead ends into a cross path. That's the only difference. There's four-way intersection. Now we saw the thing that I said would come up later. Hey, you've got corridors that actually turn, which is nice. That's a nice addition. Be like, hey, by the way, these corridors, you can turn left or right. I will say the way that I build dungeons now, the corridors are not. I don't pay this much minutia attention to. I will say when I'm building a corridor, what is functionally the difference between a corridor that is 20 feet long and 40 feet long? If there's nothing in the corridor, then it doesn't really matter. It's just a space between one room to the next. If that's all that it is. So if it doesn't dead end, and there's not a random encounter in it, and you're not putting tricks or traps in it, which is, the random encounters in this one down here also includes tricks and traps. So that's why there's no thing that just like, oh, and there's a trap here. That is included in the random encounter roll for that table. So yeah, I like it. But again, there's functionally not really a whole point of the corridor being long or short unless you're going to have a combat in it. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. Especially when we're in the fourth edition now, so we bypassed over third edition, which is mainly because I didn't play really any third edition. I played a lot more Pathfinder, which is third edition in its own way, but I played that after or during while I was also playing fourth edition. And there's a whole history with D&D stuff if you don't know about that, about like the schism, and it's a whole thing. Uh, Beyond what we can talk about later. But yeah, that is sort of the setup. So I like this. I like this a lot. It still has the dead end chamber, dead end corridor thing, which I don't necessarily like. But we do notice there's a very distinct missing here, especially on that dead end entry. No secret doors. Secret doors are gone, which is very interesting. We see the secret doors mosey away. And actually, this would be good. Let me pull up the previous ones so that way we can look at them a little bit side by side. Refer back to things. So yeah, we had in our dungeon corridors, dead ends, side passages, rooms, tricks, traps, wandering monsters. Those tricks and traps, wandering monsters can combined into random encounter, which I'm fine with. These, I think that means that these come up more often though, because there's only a 5% chance that you're going to have a random encounter in corridor. And like I said when I was previously talking about corridors, corridor fights aren't particularly interesting, nor are corridor traps if it's just like a pit trap or something like that. They're just kind of a thing that happens. Like when you're fighting in a blank hallway, there's not a lot of tactical stuff that happens there. Now in this one, you'll at least have some turns in it, which can adds a little bit of consistency. A little having those intersections and side passages and corridors that just turn does at least give you some sort of tactical consideration, which is nice to kind of step into. So we do see that kind of come up. But that very much jives with fourth edition's kind of focus on that sort of tactical miniature combat gameplay. And so we see secret doors not as important. Random encounters and corridors and maybe having fights in corridors somewhat more important. So understanding length, that's really the only importance for a corridor in this edition. Doors. So one of the things that do come up, so they have door types that are broken down by the tiers of play. So in fourth edition, there are three tiers of play. There's heroic, paragon, and epic. Because fourth edition goes up to level 30, not just level 20. There's an extra 10 levels, and that is the epic level. And the types of doors that you run into scale opposed to the type of dungeon, the difficulty of the dungeon that you're in environment. So you have not stuck, which is a very interesting entry. Not stuck to me is like, but is it still a wooden door? I guess. I feel like there's supposed to be more here. And then also, by saying that a door is not stuck, does insinuate that there are doors that should be stuck. None of the doors on these tables are anything in this roll table says anything about stuck doors, which is a very old school style of play, though it's not in our previous adventure stuff. None of it's in here. That is a very much a staple of old school play is sometimes doors are just swollen and they're stuck. And trying to get to the door is difficulty. You can't it's not locked, so you can't have your thief like pick the lock. So how do you open the door? And this means that you're gonna have to probably break it down. So if you're breaking it down, you're gonna make a bunch of noise, which means that there's likely to pull monsters to you because you're making a bunch of noise in their dungeon, in their little home. And if you're doing that, so now it becomes more of a consideration style when you're dungeon crawling, and that feels very old school. While a lot of your decisions are like, okay, what should we do next, and how? More importantly, how should we do it? Where I think like in contemporary D&D is, I feel like if players that I run for on Friday came up against a stuck door, I think they would just break it down and not think anything about it because they're just newer players and they don't have that sort of style of gameplay experience. Whereas I'd be like, okay, but I would also warn them because I'm a kinder DM and be like, hey, by the way, you should know if your guys are going to break down the door, you're going to make a bunch of. It's going to take time. And you're going to make a bunch of noise. So when that happens, I'm going to see if some monsters show up, and they'd be like, ooh, yeah, it's going to take time and monsters. So maybe we don't. So I feel like with new players, and if you want to introduce some of these older ideas in D&D, especially with dungeon crawling, since a lot of the new rules don't really support it and don't really give a lot of information about it, about the style of game and how to run it and do those things. This is something that your players are not going to have a lot of experience with, and you are going to have to like prompt them, like give them the context that they don't know as players, but as people who are in the world, like their player characters would know, be like, oh, I'm in a dangerous place that I'm not supposed to be in, that we've kind of stealthed into, and it's a very hostile area. Do I want to make a bunch of noise and draw attention to us? Probably not, right? You probably don't want to do that. That's not necessarily a good idea. And so now you have more of a consideration, and that becomes sort of the older style of play in which like, oh, you take very measured considerations about risk versus reward. Is it worth breaking down the store? Do we know if there's anything worthwhile in this room? Do we know if there are monsters on the other side of it? Now it's a stuck doors, so the answer is probably no, but there could be if there's other doors in that room that also work. But of course, this door can also just be in the middle of a hallway. And if it's in the middle of a dungeon corridor, and you'd be like, no, we have to get through this door because it's our one way through. If it's a bottleneck in the dungeon, be like, look, breaking down the door is not a problem. Like, there's no, I'll give you a check to see if you can do it efficiently and quickly or quietly. But unless you're casting silence or something like that, you can get through the door. The door is not going to stop you from proceeding in the dungeon. What it is going to do is gives you the potential that maybe you'll have to get into a fight if you don't do it well. That is the drawback from. That's the only reason why we would roll for that. Like the reason we're rolling for this is because there is some sort of potential fail state. Something will happen if you don't succeed here, which is things become more dangerous. But we do have the door types down here. Wooden, barred, or locked. Barred doesn't come up very much anymore, but barred used to be a thing, and we see it show back up here, even though it's not in our previous Dungeon Adventure one, only locked. But this one we have barred. And Bard very much goes with the stuck. Bard is stuck, but on purpose. That's the only difference. You run into those if you think about like dungeons in Skyrim, right? You have the dungeon doors that you can't go through until you get to the other side and you raise the bar, and you're like, okay, it's usually the passageway back, the quick way out of the dungeon. And of course, in a lot of video games, they'll give you any tools to be able to deal with those barred doors without, trying to clip through them or shenanigans like that. But they don't give you anything to deal with that. But in D&D, that's something that having a human dungeon master sitting behind the screen can be like, oh, you can definitely try to get through this door. Like if you can think of a way to get through here, you can definitely do it. And maybe that's a really, really specific use of Mage Hand, though the bar's probably too heavy for the Mage Hand to lift. But other things you could do, like, oh, we could maybe. Uh, what do you do when you have a druid in your party who can turn themselves into like a tiny bug or a mouse and squeeze under the door and get on the other side and come out and then immediately lift the bar up? And that's a good use of their wild shape to be able to do that. Even though it might feel a little. I feel like in contemporary D&D, wild shape often gets used primarily for combat. That's where people like to save it for druids, but I think they're often way more useful as more of a reconnaissance or a way to get over exploration challenges. It makes me think of I was playing a game where we had a druid character with us and we had this big chasm we had to get over. And the druid's like, oh well, we talked about it and it was like, oh, it's big, it's too wide for us to jump. There's no sort of like rocky ledge, like scoot our way around the side of. We'd have to climb all the way down, then all the way back up the other side. And we're like, well, there's definitely probably, maybe that's a little bit of metagame being like, well, it's probably very dangerous. The climb itself is dangerous, but also there's probably something down there at the bottom. And then having the druid in your party be like, oh, I can just turn into a giant spider, and I can carry you guys across one by one because I'll be a large creature and I can climb on the walls. We're like, oh yeah, that totally gets over it. Yeah, that's a perfect use of wild shape. And then you can hang out in that big spider form for the rest of the hour, which means you might be able to pull it into the next fight. So yeah, more uses like that. So I like Bard and lock Bard in there as well as Stuck, dealing with those things. Stone doors come up sometimes. Those are things that kind of fallen out of favor. They are in the dungeon that I'm running currently, because there is a stone door in there. But iron door, wooden portcullis, and then you get into the higher levels where it's also barred and locked. Stone, iron, you start getting into metal doors. Wooden portcullis, adamantine, so even more difficult metal to get through. Iron portcullis. Though it is funny when you have these and you're like, oh, there's. It doesn't say the door's locked, which is very interesting. So you have an adamantine door, but if it's not locked, you're barred. It's just a door that's worth a bunch of money. So I have been in dungeons before where you do come across big adamantine doors and been like, we're low-level characters and this is really expensive stuff, like way beyond our scope. Yeah, we're gonna just take out the hinges and we're gonna take the door with us. We're getting out of this dungeon. We're gonna go put the door in the wagon that we have outside because we're gonna take this mother back to town and we're gonna sell this or get it turned into like arms and armor, so that way we can access adamantine or get money for it at very low levels. Otherwise, we would not get our hands on that sort of gear or that sort of money. And then Epic, very similar. Adamantine portcullis is sort of the highest there. So yeah, it's very interesting. It's nice to see a wider array of door types. Doors can be really boring if every door is just a wooden door that is or is not locked. So having things that are barred means that, hey, here's a door that's difficult to get through, and the rogue doesn't have a built-in necessary mechanic to be able to get through it. So this isn't, like I said, this is an opportunity for your druid to shine, doing a wild shape and like squeaking through underneath the door as a mouse or like a spider or roach or something, like a bug, and popping back up on the other side and doing it. Or you take the time to break it down, and what does that mean as far as wandering monsters showing up and making a bunch of noise, people preparing ambushes for you. kind of gives you a little bit more decision points. And then we see things like portcullises, and this one that's missing in here that does show up in some older stuff, not very, kind of fallen out of favor with portcullis now because we don't see that very often in Dungeon Generation, is portcullis or gates. So doors that you can actually see and effective you have not only line of sight but line of effect through. So you can have a combat with creatures that are on opposite sides of portcullises or gates, which is a very interesting thing where you have like your ranger run up to the portcullis so they can shoot directly through the portcullis at the orcs that are down the hallway coming that way because you've made noise as you've tried to lift it. Meanwhile, you've got your barbarian who's trying to do his best Conan impersonation, sort of like lift the portcullis so everybody else can scoot underneath it. It kind of gives you this dynamic environment. Oh, the doors are important in this combat. This is the thing that can be a fun element of the terrain and environment to play with. In addition, so the combat's not just, oh, I shoot those guys with arrows, or oh, my melee fighter can't get to those guys, so he has nothing to do. So like he pulls out his crossbow, but he's not very good with it. And he misses a whole bunch. Instead of being like, no, the fighter runs up, or the barbarian or whoever it is, the barbarian rages and runs up and like uh, does a deep squat and tries to lift this portcullis up so people can scoot underneath it and get that advantage on their strength check, and that's a cool use of rage. And we're going to keep them enraged as DM. We're going to do we're going to tip our hand a little bit and be like, oh, well, we definitely attack the barbarian, even though we probably would anyways because they're raising the portcullis. But we want to make sure they take damage so that way they can stay in their rage, because it would really suck to be in the first round of combat and be like, I rage, immediately lift the portcullis so people can get under it. I don't get attacked. I didn't attack this turn. I immediately lose my rage. So you don't want that to happen because you are trying to do this very sort of thematic kind of play. So that's why you do stuff like that, and you'll be like, oh, well, they're going to take shots on you till at least one of them hits you. Now, if they all miss and that's what happens, and the barbarian might be mechanically be like, cut me, friend. The bonus action, yeah, sure, the rogue stabs you in the thigh with their dagger, and you take 4 points of damage, but you stay in your rage. So that's half. You take 2 points of damage, and you stay in your rage, which could be a cool thing too, if you want to. Uh, but it is sort of mechanically wobbly stuff that's in 5e, 5.24, I should say. So chambers, we'll see immediately chambers larger. Starting off with the square, that's so an 8x8 is a 40x40 room. So that was sort of getting close to the max size in our previous thing. Right, we capped out about 40x40 square or 30x50 rectangle. And that's kind of the starting point here. So we see that the room scale has opened up a whole bunch, which makes sense with a very, very tactical play that 4e is, where it's like positioning is really important. There's a bunch of area effects that can be going on at the same time. You have monsters and player characters that are built specifically for skirmish combat, where they run and hit things and run away from things, and gives you larger environments to be able to put more environment stuff to interact with. Like, oh, there's shelves here or pillars to hide behind, and all these sort of tactical things you can, when you have that larger area that you can drop things into and have a lot of space for people to run around in. But we do see, instead of just squares and rectangles, we now see octagons, which I would also include circles as being in a grid map, roughly octagonal, and then irregular, which is an interesting one. So they're like, yeah, just make a weird shaped room that's got about this many squares in it. I wish instead of doing this where they were like, oh, it's roughly 8x10, being like, should have just said like roughly 80 squares. And then the same thing here. Roughly 160 squares, which is a very large room. That's a very large room. What else do we want to say? Oh yeah, beyond the door. I skipped over that. Beyond the door, corridors left and right, which is really nice. This is the first time that we see a door that opens up and does not, when you roll a passage, it's not directly straight in front of you. So you have that result, which is the 3 through 8 result, but you also have a corridor that runs tangential. So you open up a door into a passageway that goes side to side, which should be a lot more common usually, though it's not here. You have chambers, and we have our first time it shows up here, stairs. Now we have multiple levels. And we have that classic false door plus trap that we talked about previously. Traps do not show up on regular doors. They only show up on false doors, and that's a difference that stays consistent. So it's very interesting to see that stayed away, and yet I think it's been my play experience, and I assume probably it's been your play experience. I think it's most people's play experience is that traps almost when they're on doors are real doors. They're always real doors. They're usually locked too. So the rogue's like, oh, there's a trap and it's locked, but it's a real door. Instead of being like, no, it's a fake door. So it is fun. This is also I like this the way that this is set up with Beyond the Door by giving the false door trap there, as it means that there's a 5% chance that just every exit of a room that you roll is just not an exit, which is nice. It helps constrain things a little bit, so dungeon doesn't quite spiral as much. I wish it was maybe a little bit higher that there was a false door, and also in this one there's no false door without a trap, which is interesting. Which I think makes sense. I mean, why would you just build random false doors? It is a bit weird. But if you're running more of a Gonzo Funhouse dungeon, those sorts of things are common, because those dungeons are very much just like, haha, gotcha! And that's just sort of the type of gameplay they are. Chamber exits, none. 1, 2, 3. Addition of 4 now. And then on a 20, 1 exit plus stairs. So stairs in the room. For each exit other than the stairs, roll a d20. 1 through 10, it's a door. 11 through 20, it's an open corridor entranceway. So 50% chance in any room that there's just the exits just aren't doors. They're just open corridors. Which I don't dislike. I think this is more criticism specifically of 3rd edition is dungeon building, and in some older stuff, where you just have rooms, and it's time period. You see it in like real life architectural design too, and things that are specifically in sort of like the 80s and 90s, and I think that trended into, at least in dungeon design, into the 2000s with 3rd edition. This idea is like there's just doors everywhere. Like, did we really need a doorway between this? You see that when you see like a lot of like home remodeling shows or stuff like that, where people are like, get rid of this wall. I don't need a wall here. And where it's carving everything up into little tiny rooms that have a ton of doors in them, instead of having larger, more flowy kind of layouts. And you see that here as well. But we're trying to get away from it, so 50% chance that there's not just a door, that it's just an open doorway. So one of the things that is missing here, and this was missing in the previous one, we don't have any door coverings that are just visually kind of breaking up rooms. And these would be things like curtains or like beads or things like that just kind of are meant to demarcate rooms, like this is the end of the room, or is at least more of like a privacy, like a screen or something like that, that's just really meant to block off people without necessarily blocking off things like airflow that you might want traveling through a dungeon. It makes me feel very much like traditional, if you see large sort of Chinese or Japanese or a lot of Asian style houses that are very wide houses. They're not particularly deep, but they're very wide. And those entrance halls that they have usually has a large screen in it. There's no actual door, or you can just step into the home, but there is a large screen that kind of blocks visually being able to see all the way into the room. And that's sort of like, it's a privacy element and also an opportunity to show off some art in the same way. And it's also, it's a screen, so it's movable. So if you really need to move something big through the doorway, you can just move the screen, and then you're able to move large things in and out, whether those are large size creatures or large size like goods, big crates, things like that, which is, if you think about the standard 5-foot doorway, it's kind of hard to do some of that stuff. So it is a nice thing that I wish was incorporated a little bit more. And that is some things, if you look at some OSR stuff, they'll have that kind of stuff in there, but that definitely fell out of favor. So what are our chamber features? What's actually in here? So this is, 4th edition is a lot of this where it's going to, maybe not a ton. I think maybe 5th edition is a little bit more. But it does give it. It's the first time we see combat chamber features show up, where it's like, hey, here's just stuff that's in the room, some sort of dressing. This one, no dressing at all. Room contents are monsters and traps, and treasure. There's no like, oh, and this room has what does it say? Crevasse or chasm. No rubble, pool, a fountain, or basin. So we're starting to see that pool. So pools show up here, but they are strictly decoration. They are not the magical pools of old school. So we're starting to see that stuff fade out through editions where pools used to be really important. If you wanted to make it important, you could, and 4E is really, really good about its intro paragraphs, meaning like, hey, you don't have to follow these. If you have a good idea, kind of follow the idea. And if you roll up something like a pool, you'll be like, oh, or a fountain, and you're like, oh, I want it to be like a kooky magical fountain, and be like, all right, go grab a spell effect and put a spell effect on the pool. Or maybe it's a trap or something like that. Like the 4E is very much like, yeah, you do that. That sounds cool. If it sounds fun, put it in the game. And don't let the dice dictate what you're supposed to do here. You are the human. You're in charge of this. You dictate. You know your players better than the random generation of tables does. So if it seems like something your players would be super into investigating a pool, yeah, drop it in there. Why not? Or if you just have a fun idea and you drop it in there, whether or not they do anything with the fountain, that's fine too. And if they don't, you save that fountain idea and you put it into maybe the next dungeon. Now, does that mean that you have 4 dungeons in a row that have a fountain in them because it takes that long for your players to actually be like, we should probably check out one of these fountains, right? We keep running into them. And then you can, it's a cool thing for you and be like, yeah, actually these were super important and maybe they gave you some sort of benefit, or maybe they're all tied together, maybe it's a little story beat or something like that. Or a little bit of world building lore that you can be like, oh, they show up all across the place and they're all connected in some sort of way. You could do it as a weird sort of like Sylph fast travel thing. That would be a very interesting way to incorporate it, where everybody gets sort of like Capri Sun, like the old Capri Sun commercials where they all just kind of turn into liquid and then slurp through the fountains, and maybe it turns out like all these dungeons are connected, so they travel miles and miles and miles in the blink of an instant through these underground network of pipes, and they show up in a different fountain, a la a Super Mario pipe transport. And be like, that's weird. Why is this here? What does that mean? I don't know. Maybe you have a good idea for that. Maybe you don't, depending on who's making your dungeons in universe. Which is something we haven't addressed yet. Something I think we will, but we haven't done that yet. So stairs, yeah, super great. Up and down. So stairs do mean, and it says it here, for the purpose of this entry, stairs includes other means of going up and down, such as chimneys, shafts, with or without elevators, and ladders. Distance between your floors of your dungeon is up to you. 30 feet is a good starting number. But this is the first time that we're going to introduce verticality into here, which is something that shows up somewhat in old school, but usually stairs and elevation changes are levels. But there is some stuff, and we'll get to it in a little bit, where you can have things like mezzanines or galleries that allow for just elevation differences within the same level, so sometimes within the same room. Or as a way to connect different levels of a dungeon without something that's a little bit more interesting and a little bit more almost organic than a stairwell or a chimney. So stairs up to a dead end, down to a dead end. I really don't like those entries. Why do you have stairs that go nowhere? Like, I would have to be like, oh no, there's like a bunch of rubble. It was a cave-in. That's not just a weird stairway that goes to a dead end. Especially since on this table, it seems like maybe they were going to put secret doors in here and then ended up removing them. Because otherwise, why do you have a stairway that goes nowhere? I think we're very familiar with that in video games. Right, where we walk into a stairwell and then the stairwell just kind of ends with like, oh, this is. It looks like an apartment building from the outside, but really there's only one or two levels in the actual building that's playable. So you do have stairways that just kind of like go to nowhere, and you're like, oh, that's weird, or right, they put a bunch of rubble in it or something so you can't get past it. Very similar here. And knowing that 4E is very much trying to court that WoW video game brained, uh, they're going to bring those sort of preconceived notions into something like a TTRPG because that's who this new audience of potential players that they're trying to court. Like, I can understand putting it in here, but it does feel, if you're not going to use secret doors, it does feel very much like filler. Like, we could have not had these. But it is a way to constrain the dungeon a little bit. I just wish that it gave you a little bit more context as to why it's a dead end, or some more ideas. That'd be helpful. But again, this is stairs. Sorry, I should step back and be like, stairs are a generic term that we're using. So up to a dead end could just mean a chimney, like it's an actual smoke chimney. It's like, sure, you can get outside there, but it's actually really narrow and that'd be really difficult to do. So is it really worth climbing 30 feet up through this chimney so the halfling can squeeze their way out of the top and then the medium creatures will be able to get out? That being said, in the last campaign I played in, we did have an adventure in which we sort of like rappelled down into an underground dungeon. Instead of using the door, we did use a chimney to get in, and it dropped us right in the kitchen, right in the heart of the kitchen. So there are ways to do that, and it can be an interesting mode of play if you do that. And that gives you the ability to really surprise monsters in the dungeon because you're coming from an area that they think is interior and relatively safe. So, yeah, if we want to consider down to a dead end, that could just be like a shaft that's being used for, it's like a min pile, like that's just where we throw our trash. It's like a cesspit. That's just where we throw our trash. And so it's maybe like a little Sarlacc thing. Maybe you want to throw an oat yolk in there. If you want to do that, our classic D&D trash monster that is very close to the Sarlacc from Star Wars. Does give you an idea. Trapdoors, fun, yeah. But it is weird, and then they give us a specific entry for a shaft up or down with one floor each way. So it kind of tells you that stairs are generic, but then also gives one entry that's definitely not stairs. Though I guess you could interpret that as stairs as well. If it's a stairwell that connects 3 levels together. If you want to. And that is the end of our dungeon generation, for the most part. So, very simple, right? We have 1, 2, 3 pages. That's it. That's all you get. You'll notice that we're missing quite a bit of stuff. So in the adventure game, that's not what I'm trying to do. In the adventure game, we had a whole bunch of extra stuff in here. There's no dungeon stocking, first off. So what's in the room? We get some dressing, but we don't get any stocking for it. So we're not going to have any of these tables for monsters, or for traps and hazards, or for loot that's in here. And of course, we're not going to have an example of play, which kind of surprising. Thought you'd think maybe with the 4E Dungeon Master guide that's really kind of focused on trying to teach newer DMs more how to get proficient real quickly in running the game and making things like dungeons, that they would have something like that in here. It does seem like the sort of edition that would have that in the way that the DMG is written up. It would have that, but yeah, as far as I remember, I don't think this DMG has a ton of like example of play stuff in it. It does a lot more dutiful explaining than showing it in context, I feel like. But I could be misremembering that. But I do feel like it does that. So yeah, now this is a DMG, so I do have to cut a little bit of slack. So it doesn't have any stocking in here, but it also is 3 pages of a much larger thing. And so I just wish there was some footnote in here to be like, hey, you need to go, for what to put in the chambers, go look at the adventure section, because there's the entire section in this book that's about how to make an adventure, and that stuff tells you like the rules for how much loot to put and stuff, and what kind of monsters to be in here. But there's no stocking for here in general, so I guess it was just use of time. I just wish instead of getting this dungeon tile illustration, you can really tell that they were trying to hard sell those dungeon tiles at this time. They thought this was the way that they were going to make money, were these dungeon tile sets, which you could buy these printed cardstock set tiles that you can lay down for the tactical game to make these dungeon chambers. And I think it even says it up here. Using the examples provided here, or use pieces from any D&D Dungeon Tiles product. So very, very much early on, second paragraph of it tells you like, hey, you can use these other things to build it because we're trying to sell these products. Was never a huge fan of the Dungeon Tiles. I mean, you look at them and they're like, they're kind of gray, they're kind of flat. They're kind of not super interesting and not really any better. And they take any better than something like a Chessex map with like marker on it, and they take a lot longer to set up, and if you bump them everything gets misaligned, and they are kind of a pain in the butt to use if you don't have like blue putty, like blue stick poster tack on the bottom of them to keep them in place, or weight them down with like washers or a magnet or something. Use them. The only thing that I do like about sort of these sort of old dungeon tile styles is the doors and things, but like those could be more useful rather than having to always draw outdoors. Just having a stack of doors and be like, there's a door, here's a statue, here's an arcane symbol. That stuff I like, but just making the basic floor plans, and you can just make that faster with a marker. So they do have some random encounter stuff in here, so I do want to talk about the random encounter stuff because it's really useful for that. So again, it gives you some basics for encounter difficulty and scaling that, so we see that a lot more. So instead of having 2 tables of normal and special monsters, we have now an easy, moderate, and hard sort of roll table, and then the encounter template. So again, I can't stress it really enough that this is a really, really great book for learning how to run things like D&D, like any TTRPG, but especially a combat-focused tabletop role-playing game. So having the encounter templates in here is already way more useful than probably what we get out of contemporary DMGs. You'd be like, oh, Commander and Troops, Wolf Pack, Dragon's Den, Battlefield Control, Double Line. If you want more variety and opportunity to work in Traps and Hazards, go there and encounter extra feature table below, where you mix and match. One of the things that we talked about, oh, you're going to replace a monster with a trap, with a hazard, with a lurker, which is a different type of monster. Kind of, lurkers are weird. They're different than the ambush monsters. Kind of. 4 is weird. The monsters have almost like PC classes to them. They have that sort of setup. But you do have this easy, moderate, and hard, and then like, hey, do you want to make like one big guy with some troops that support them? Do you want to have a whole bunch of little guys? Do you want to have the Dragon's Den, which is like one big monster with some area effects and I think some minions? Do you have a Battlefield Control, which is something where you have like a spellcaster that's in there who's trying to rearrange things that are on the board and help out their allies by doing buffs and debuffs? Or do you have a double line setup, which is like you have a line of frontline fighters and then you have some people in the back who shoot arrows or like firebolts, stuff like that. So you have people in front, what they call soldiers, and then you have artillery in back. So a double line. That's what they mean by double line. And so there's this, again, it's very tactics-based game, so your idea is like, okay, how do I get around the soldiers? How do we get through them so we can reach the guys in the back? Very tactical. It's almost like looking at trying to do tactics in D&D 4e is sometimes like when you see a coach with a whiteboard at like a American football or basketball game, they're like, here's the play. There's a lot of that kind of strategy, and be like, okay, I'm going to do this thing so you can get around them and get to the guys in the back, so that way you don't take an opportunity attack and this guy doesn't lock you down, so you can get back there and start getting those artillery guys who are just filling us full of arrows. There's a lot of that kind of tactical kind of play. So if you like that kind of play, this is definitely the edition of D&D for you, because it's a whole bunch of that. I really enjoyed it. I know it's certainly not the most popular version of D&D. For good reason. I think there's a lot of sour blood with the community about how things went down with 4th edition. where they just made a flat line where they're like, we're not going to support third edition anymore. Just flat stop. We're just not going to do it. And then that's the rise of Paizo Pathfinder, essentially created by WotC. They left that. So we've had our basic. We've seen how that's evolved into sort of the fourth edition. Let's take a look at the fifth edition one. So this is fifth edition. DMG, I think we're all probably very familiar with it. Came out in 2014. And we've got here. So we talked about in the last one how the table of contents is broken up. Here, like first one, make your own world. What? Make a campaign. Make languages and dialects. Gods. And they're like, none of this stuff. Make a multiverse. So it's not until you get down to page 69. Nice. That you get into like, oh, here's how to create an adventure. Like it's the way this book is set up is so backwards. But we're not going to focus on that. I just wanted to show you the difference between the fourth edition DMG, its table of contents, and this one. Just looking at the difference there. Right there. Like how to be a junior, running the game, combat encounters, building encounters, non-combat encounters, adventures. Like you feel this very natural step progression about like, here is the most important thing for your success, like at the table. How do you run the game? How do you run encounters? How do you build prep for sessions? How do you build adventures? How do you turn adventures into a larger campaign? How do you put them in a world? What do you want the world to be like? What decisions do you need to make about that? And then give you an example of those things. And this one is like totally the opposite way around, where you get things into running the game like way down in here. Like running the game is part 3, almost like an active five. It's like, oh, by the way, by the time you're into the 200s of pages, I guess we could tell you like when to roll the dice. The roll of the dice, like all this information is like super critical to understanding how to run Dungeons and Dragons. It's buried in page 236. Like that's such a weird way to lay out this book. But we're going to focus on the dungeon stuff, because there are random dungeons in here, and that starts on 290. So as we've seen, but so far the random dungeon generation guidelines, they've all been very svelte as far as page count, very small. And this one, I think, follows that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there are 12 pages. So we've really gone up a bunch. So we've put a bunch of more stuff in here. But we'll get into what that stuff is. Because I think that's a big change. So in here, all right, these work in an iterative manner. We'll start in an area, then go from there. We do get some lip surface about, yeah, definitely. Most obvious limit to a dungeon size is the graph paper it's drawn on. Alternatively, you can decide that passages leading off the edge of the map are additional dungeon entrances, stairs, shafts, etc. But nothing like we saw in 4th edition, so we see that pullback from being like, oh, you want to make a dungeon that's supposed to be a level's worth of content. We don't see that here, so that's not a consideration we see here. I think that's pretty common. One of the things that we saw a lot, specifically the change in 4th edition, is a big shift from XP leveling. And there's some of this in 3rd edition too, for sure. A big shift from focusing on level ups being XP based to being milestone based. And I think 5e knew going in that most of the people, I would consider it to be most of the people who play don't use the XP leveling rules. They use some form of milestone leveling. Just because doing the XP leveling and keeping track of this stuff is an extra pain in the butt for the Dungeon Master. Now, I have played in games where we do that. And over the years, we're at the end of each session, the Dungeon Master is like, hey, mark down this much experience. This is what you guys did this week. And then we look at it and be like, oh, we're getting close to level up, maybe in another session or two. And that gives us an idea about what we're going to do. But then there's also weird stuff where you're like leveling up in the middle of a dungeon. But if you're playing 5e, you're like, oh, but you have to complete a long rest to level up, so you have enough experience to level up, but not the environment in which to do that, the opportunity to do it, until you probably finish the dungeon. Unless your Dungeon Master's going to let you sleep in the dungeon, which I would highly advise you to not let your players do most of the time. You don't break into somebody's house Goldilocks style and be like, I'm gonna take a nap in somebody else's bed, and then be like, no, three bears show up and eat you. That's what happens there. Three bears show up and eat you because you're in their den. You don't just get to sleep overnight in there, and just also, where were the three bears at? We don't know. So starting areas. Now we get a nice big roll table for this. Nice D10 roll table. Went too far. I want to pull this down a little bit just so you guys can see it. Anyway, come on. Why are you not pulling? Where am I at? Let's grab this guy. Let me just pull it a little. It's gonna make me do every page. Sorry. You can't see the bottom of the table, but that's alright. We'll just go through it. I don't want to change the setting just for this. Square rooms. It goes small again, starting by 20 by 20, 4 by 4 rooms. And again, these rooms, you can see that removal of tactical play. Well, this one only caps out a 60 by 60 room as the largest. So you do see this sort of the scope of dungeon rooms are going down again, which we see that change in the tactical play. So tactical play, it's very important in 4E to have large rooms, so that way you can use large monsters, as well as there's so many area effects and stuff that kind of go on, and auras and stuff. That stuff happens a lot at 4E. So you need room for people to be able to maneuver around. Especially monsters and some PCs are very, very mobile, and they're based on not hanging around in the same space very long. So they need places to run to. 5e, not as much of a concern. We see things kind of circle back in and be a little bit smaller again. We're back to squares and rectangles. We do have circles and octagons again as dungeon chambers. Again, once you get to 8 sides, I'm like, it's basically a circle as far as a dungeon room should be concerned. There's really not that big of a difference between having an octagon and a circle in the mechanics of the rules, so I'm not really sure why they separate them out. The only thing that I will say about that is, no, that's the same. As there is one circle thing that's kind of bigger. Yeah, I know. There are different sizes, which is interesting to have the circles be different sizes than the octagons. And then at the very bottom, there's a trapezoid. So rather than doing a regular shape thing like we saw before, they were just like, and this room's a trapezoid. And you go, okay, sure. I think I would rather have that a regular entry and do that instead. So, use the normal chamber column on the chamber exit. So there's a little superscript here that I'm not sure you can see. It's pretty small, and it's very kind of faint contrast-wise. Use the normal chamber column on the chamber exits, and then use the large chamber column. So we have 2 separate chamber exits columns, which is similar to how I do it now. So that way, smaller chambers have typically less likely to have exits in general, as well as fewer numbers of exits. But I do switch up actually, I don't do the chamber exits like that. I'm sorry, I should say I do my chambers like that. I took what was essentially this chamber's exit table and then made it into the chambers table itself. But you can end up with if you roll a 20 on that large chamber, you can end up with 6 different exits out of a room. So we saw a lot in 4th edition, we saw sort of that sprawl taken in by some of the choices, by having some dead ends on things like stairs and stuff like that. And now we see this more than ever, we've getting more chamber exits, which is just more of a sprawling dungeon than we've seen before. Really not doing anything. We've seen no secret doors. We're not going to see a ton of those here. Right, beyond the door, there's no secret doors. The doors themselves, there are secret doors, sorry. There are secret doors in the door type. So rather than roll for secret doors, it's just a chance that a door could be a secret door. Though it does feel kind of weird to have a secret door that is barred or locked. It's kind of double dipping. It's kind of like having, like I said, with the traps on a locked door that is a real door. It's like it's kind of double dipping. It feels like you could really just have one or the other. But we do have barred still takes place here. Having a stuck door, or the insinuation of stuck doors, is gone completely. but we do have Bard that showed up. And this is the first time I think we have Portcullis locked. So previously, Portcullis was just kept closed by the fact that it's just heavy, and there's strength check under the strength entry. There's a checks for lifting Portcullises. But this time they put it, oh, and then the Portcullis is locked, which is interesting to lock a Portcullis. But sure, I mean, I guess in the way that I have my table set up now, that you can also have locked Portcullis. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can have locked Portcullis, which is a little funny to think about because the whole thing is that they're supposed to be heavy, and that's the thing that makes it difficult to open. That it takes like winches and people to lift them. But our door types, we have wooden, stone, iron, portcullis, secret doors. So we lost all those special like adamantines gone, stone remains, but things that are like that. Difference between wooden portcullis or metal portcullis or adamantine portcullis. All those are kind of gone. There's just the one entry. So we see that sort of pull back on this specification on the doors. There's no reinforced doors here. There's only wood, stone, iron, portcullis. No gates. Still no gates. But you see the secret door entries here, and it is weird to have them in the door type. I think it's weird to have them in the door type section a little bit. But I guess it makes sense. I think it makes more sense than putting it on the exit location table, and then more likely to show up when there's just no exits in a room. Rather than now, if there's no exits in a room, there's definitely not a secret door. But if there's one exit in the room, and you roll a secret door for it, then it also looks like the room has no exits in it. Which I feel is reasonable to prompt people to be like, is there a secret door here? Because otherwise this is a big room that just dead ends. So yeah, I think it's still useful having that context. But you could also have, 6 exits and 3 of them being hidden. Unlikely to happen, but could happen. There's a 10% chance that there's going to be a secret door anytime you're rolling for a door. Exit locations, same thing. Opposite, left or right. The only thing that's new here, and we haven't seen that before, is same wall as the entrance. So you can't have a double back exit. Which I like. I like having the ability to have the exit be there. Now you will see, I don't think any of the exits say stairs. Oh, there it is, beyond the door. So you have exits. There are no stairs that are in rooms. There's no shafts or chimneys or anything like that. So we've seen stairs themselves have moved to always being behind a door, which is interesting. We also don't have any open doorways here. So we move into that sort of thing where it's like every chamber is going to have doors in it, and then the doors are going to be open. No, just chamber exits that are just open. Oh, no, here it is. Sorry. I got to keep reading. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, there's still a 50% chance that once you get there, that it's going to just be an open doorway. So, my bad. The one thing that I wish we had kept that we saw moved away is that they always go directly into a corridor that goes straight. At least when you come from a corridor. When you do a door, beyond the door, I think they all do straight as well. Yeah, so we no longer have sort of the corridor that's at a tangent that you're running in, that you exit door into, which I like a lot better than doors that always empty off into just long passages instead of having to be like, oh, you open a door and you immediately need to make a decision about going left or right, rather than being like, oh, and then you walk 20 feet and then there's a junction. Why is the junction not here? Instead, just put the junction here. I like that a lot better. So for stairs, stairs include any means of going up and down, ramps, chimneys, open shafts, elevators, ladders, all the same thing here. Again, it does this weird thing where they don't tell you specifically what it is, what type of mode of elevation change it is, and then in other entries they do. I find this a little bit confusing. I don't necessarily like the way it's laid out when you're like, oh, down level, down 2 levels, down 3 levels, up a level. No multiples of going up levels for some reason. Up to a dead end, down to a dead end, we saw that same thing. Chimney up 1 level to a passage, and then you have 2 entries specifically for chimneys, 2 entries specifically for shafts. And you're like, so everything else is ladders and/or stairs, and or elevators, because shaft you assume was open shaft based off of what they've told you about it. It's a little. I find this language kind of ambiguous, and I would think I feel very comfortable interpreting that as a DM. But I think if maybe I was like brand new to the game, and I was trying to make my first dungeon, I got here, I might scratch my head a little bit about like, okay, so when it says down 3 levels, now I've got to make 2 other levels before I get there, and then is this a ramp or an elevator or a ladder or is it stairs? How do I decide that? I can feel like that could be futzy. It'd be a little bit more difficult. Connecting the area, so that's it for making the dungeon. That's what you get. As far as the mechanics of actually making the layout of the dungeon, that's it. You get basically 2 pages. So a little bit shorter than others. But then remember, this is much longer. This is up to 12 pages, so it's actually much longer. So we have a bunch of information to go through. It's just not the layout of the dungeon. Whereas we spend a lot of dungeon layout in the previous ones, this one's very, very kind of simple. They really want you to focus on the stuff that's happening in the dungeon, which I agree with. I agree with that decision. Focus a lot more on what's in the dungeon rather than the dungeon form itself. Connecting areas. When your map is done, consider adding doors between chambers and passages that are next to each other but otherwise not connected. This is the one where I talked a little bit about. We see this design change where it's just like doors are everywhere all the time. Like, I'm not sure if you have 2 chambers next to each other that they necessarily have to have doors to each other. Like, imagine uh, even a home or an office or something like that. You're like, what if every room that was attached to your room had a door into it? That's wild. Like, if you think about like I'm thinking about like closed offices in an office space. What if everybody's like individual offices that were next to each other also had doors to the offices that were next to them? Why? Why would those be there? That's a weird thing. So this is probably the connecting area stuff and stuff I probably wouldn't use. I'd be like, I'm not sure that's good advice already. Rather than adding more connection points through doors and more paths through the dungeon, I'm generally trying to get rid of paths that kind of lead off into nowhere. They're just kind of a waste of time to go around and do. They're not particularly fun play at the table. I'm trying to get some of that stuff out there. Then we have our stocking dungeon. Creating a map for your dungeon is only half the fun. Once you have the layout, you need to decide what challenges and rewards are to be found in the dungeon passages and chambers. Any reasonably large space. This is very common of 5e in 2024 of writing I'd be like, where they're like, here's some advice. It's also incredibly vague. So I hope you are a practiced dungeon master because this is not going to give you a lot of specifics. So you do come across things where like any reasonably large space. What is reasonably large space? Is that a chamber? What about a long passage? Is that it? What about a shaft between 3 levels? Is that a large enough space for there to be stuff in? It just kind of gives you some vagaries and not a lot, sometimes a lot of super great, like hard, tangible advice about like how to do stuff. I do find that somewhat frustrating in 5e 2024's writing, and I think that leads a lot into why specifically this book is considered actually a pretty poor dungeon master's guide. It's really not very good. It kind of assumes that you already know what you're doing, but if you already know what you're doing, you probably don't really need the book. You probably have better resources that you already have collected because you've been doing this for a while. And I think as dungeon masters, we kind of do that. Like I have my own go-to sources. I gotta tell you, for running games, I never looked at this game. Looked at this book when running the vanilla 2014 5e very often. Pretty much, I'd only be looking in this for like magic items because the rest of the advice in there, I just don't think it's very good. It's not very good. It's not laid out in a very intuitive way. It's yeah, I just think overall it's not a very good book. But the dungeon creation tools are okay. They're not great. Like I said, they it kind of makes a sprawling labyrinth and then tells you to make a more sprawling labyrinth once you finish the map. Which, if you even if you're not playing a style of game in which you have a mapper where you're not providing the map to the dungeon where you expect the players to be mapping it, which is a very old school way of play. But it would be very easy to get turned around or lost in here if you keep adding more and more like labyrinthine ways to get around it. Even as dungeon master, I'd be like, "Wait, where are you guys again?" Okay, all right, you're here. I probably need some sort of marker to know where you guys are keeping track of my party as they were moving through the dungeon because it's a little bit more convoluted. So, stocking the dungeon, chamber purpose. So this is the first time we've seen that. I don't think that's in the fourth edition one, correct? I think it's in different. I think it's in this mapping the site area, if I remember correctly, where they give you ideas about rooms. But this is very much a fifth edition thing for sure, and they're very focused in on chamber purpose. So that's not anything we've seen before in these dungeon in the strict dungeon building rules. Like, oh, so you need, but before you get to the chamber purposes, you have to kind of determine what kind of dungeon it is. And then again, they don't necessarily give you a ton of great examples on that. You'd have to go back to the dungeon purpose in chapter 5 there to read up on those. I think it's weird to start with Death Trap. I feel like people don't. In contemporary D&D, we don't see a lot of Death Trap dungeons. And so Death Traps are just there, as the name kind of implies, just to kill you. Like, that's what they're there for. And the fact that there's only, what, one, two, three, four, five, six types of rooms for a dungeon Death Trap, at least according to these rules. An antechamber, a guard room, a vault, a puzzle room, and a trap, and an observation room. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of that's going to become very boring very quickly. Now, what you can do is supplement these, and it does say that in the text above. You can supplement these with the general dungeon chambers, which will be a lot more useful. To the point where I'm just like, that's just kind of the better table to use most of the time, and not kind of the specific ones. But other things that we have here: dungeon layers, mazes, mines, planar gates, which is one of the larger tables, which is kind of weird. But I guess it makes sense because a planar gate, if you wanted to make that dungeon, is a very specific type of location. I think it's kind of like a roadside inn, but for planar travel. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. So there's chapels and cisterns and barracks and a decorated foyer or antechamber, a dining room, galleries, guard rooms, laboratories, libraries, the planar junction. Which again, there's only a 10% chance that you're gonna actually roll the planar junction on the table. So it feels weird, and there's no thing to just be like, hey, you should definitely have this in here. Because you could end up, if you were not paying attention, or it's your first time rolling the table, is roll those rooms, then be like, there's actually no gate in here, and this is supposed to be a dungeon built around the planar gate. I've got to change one of these rooms real quick. Strongholds, temples, shrines, tombs, treasure vaults, and then what we have is sort of the general dungeon chamber. So we see that we're actually spending more pages, more text itself on the type of dungeons and the dungeon chambers than the layout, than what it takes to lay out the dungeon itself. So it's very interesting change that we see from fourth edition and the previous adventure game to a fifth edition 2014 rules, with this focus on specifically what does each of these rooms do. And I'm not opposed to that. I think this is actually really good. It's something that's helps make dungeons make a little bit more sense, but it is hard to randomly roll because you could have an antechamber in a weird spot that doesn't make sense, or a closet that's like right when you enter, but could also be like a huge room. So why is this closet a huge room? And you go, oh, it's a storeroom, but no, a storage room's actually a different entry on the table. So yeah, I think these are helpful if you're trying to run specific type of dungeons. If you're like, oh, I need to make a tomb, here are some tomb uh, chambers that can be in there, and then also mix that maybe every time that you roll some sort of duplicate, maybe depending on how large you make it. Now, if you're making filling out an entire full sheet of graph paper, you might have, and the rooms are a little bit smaller, so you're going to have more rooms in it than you would in the fourth edition one. But not quite as many rooms as you will have in the adventure game one. So you're not going to have as many duplicates as you could have, but more than you would have in fourth edition. And that gives you the ability to add some of these general dungeon chambers in there as well. So you don't have duplicates of the same tomb things. But sometimes you might want to, like if you have a crypt for less important burials, you might have separate crypt rooms, which might make sense. And there was something else I was going to look at before we moved on, I felt like. I don't remember what it was. That's okay. We'll move on. Here we go. So yeah, I like this. I've really taken a run with this. I've changed this up a bunch, but I do have a similar table that I use now for just kind of regular dungeon chambers. And I don't always do it the same way. Sometimes I assign them as I go. I make the dungeon layout and then I assign them. Sometimes or assign them as I go around and just re-roll when they get stuff that doesn't make sense. Other times, what I'll do is I will be like, okay, I've made a dungeon that has 7 rooms in it. I'll roll on this 7 times and then in my head figure out what layout probably makes the most sense of those rooms based off the dungeon layout I've made. Be like, okay, well, the kitchen should be over here, and maybe the shrine should be here, and the guard station, maybe that's here. And sometimes that can be a little bit more, so it's a little bit more, makes a little bit more sense as you're walking through it, because it's very easy, unless you put in that work, and oftentimes it doesn't, the DMGs don't always tell you, be like, hey, maybe you should, like, just choose what this should be, or be okay when you roll something and be like, that doesn't make sense, and I need to re-roll that. And how many times do you re-roll until you get something that's worth it makes sense, or is it better to just like choose an entry at that point? Once you're like, you just look at the list and be like, that doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work. That could work. Is there anything else that works? This could work, and then you're down to 2, and you're like, maybe you roll just for the 2, and you're like, okay, this is a smithing instead, because that makes more sense. Then we get into current chamber state. So again, new one. We had some of the dungeon dressing in the last one, but this one's very similar. Very similar. Determine the current condition of any particular area. Otherwise, if the room is still used for its intended purpose, it remains intact. So, and right now, using this table, that only happens on a natural 20, pristine in original state. Otherwise, you've got stripped bare, converted to some other use, roll on the general dungeon chambers table again. So you might have, let me just pick, I'll pick 2 inversions. Let's do, I'm not looking at it, 27 and 72. Let's say it was 72 first. So it was a salon, so a sort of a sitting room kind of thing, and has been transformed into, or been repurposed as a crypt. Ooh, interesting. You're like, oh, this was just a place where people sit down. You're like, oh, now there's like a whole bunch of like caskets and coffins and sarcophagi in here. Oh, that's weird. This is clearly not what the purpose of this room was originally intended. And, if you're doing the thing that you should be doing that's not hasn't been presented to us so far is trying to make a story about the dungeon. And if this was a general dungeon chamber, let's say you're not in a tomb, it's some other dungeon, let's say a stronghold with people in it, just for fun. So you have this stronghold. So this was like a sitting room, maybe for entertaining guests or things of that nature. Sort of a smaller offshoot room to entertain guests, like a billiards room, a smoking room, sitting room, that sort of thing, salon. But they've moved a whole bunch of dead bodies in here, like a waiting burial, and then you can make something. Okay, why do they have to store that in here? Were these they ran out of room in the crypt? Is the crypt completely full? Is the crypt overrun by undead, or is it oh there was a great plague that came through and all these people just died so quickly that we haven't had time to like make space for them or dig plots for them, so we just stuck them in this room so we could have them in a side room where we could close the door, something like that. So it gives you these cool story ideas that you can start to write about it. And then you can be like, oh, maybe this room will have undead if there's monsters in this room. Maybe they bust out of there. And then you have your chamber states. Some of the other ones, pool of water. So we still see the pool of water here. The chamber's original contents are water damage. So this is instead of having a fountain or a like man-made pool, this is like, oh, there's just water damage here. There is standing water in this room, which is slightly different. So we're seeing that water trend again move way and further away from its original, like, oh, here's the fountain here that does weird magic stuff. Now it's just like, oh, now there's just water damage in the room. So very interesting progression of that. Or I guess it's more of a degression, if I'm being honest. And what's in there? So we see it very similar. Instead of the 1d20 roll, it's now a d100 roll. One of the things that I dislike about here is there's a 50% chance that you're going to have a monster in every room. Which is, and we've also seen now, and I didn't mention it in 4th edition, but I'll mention it here. Well, no, it is in 4th edition. It isn't here. Right? I think we skipped over that. Let me double check. I don't believe it's in here. Yep. Nope. Not at all. So you can see in the passages right here, one of the things that we saw in 4th edition in the adventure game is there were spots where there would be wandering monsters or random encounters or traps or anything in here. In the 5th edition, passages are just passages. Nothing happens in here. There's no call for wandering monster checks. There's no traps checks. There's nothing that's going to be in here. Passages are just a means from one room to another. You can roll for wandering monsters in them, and you should as people move around, especially if they're taking their sweet time. But there is no mechanic in the dungeon generation itself that pushes you towards that. So we've seen that change and go away. And that is the zeitgeist very much of contemporary D&D as it is now, where random encounters and wandering monsters now has this sour taste in people's mouth. Again, I feel, and I've talked about this before, is that it's because it's an education issue, is that people don't understand random encounters aren't just random. Random encounters have a purpose at the table. That purpose, specifically for you as a dungeon master, is to apply pressure to the party. And you don't always have to do that by having a combat encounter. Sometimes just the threat of monsters getting closer is enough to unstuck players. So when you have people who are like, well, I'm taking extra time to do this, and like, hey, this is a dangerous area that you don't really want to be caught in. If you take time to do that, there's a chance that some monsters that are in the dungeon are going to wander across you. And then you're going to have to deal with that. They might raise the alarm, they might fight you, they might do a lot of different things. Random encounters can also be, neutral NPCs or good people that you can find. Maybe it's a rival adventuring party that's also in the dungeon that you can talk to. Or it doesn't always have to be combat, but wandering monsters and random encounters are supposed to be this thing that is a dial that you can turn to increase the dungeon, increase the tension on the players, and helps to unstuck them from situations like if they get stuck at a puzzle door, which is a very, very common thing that happens all the time. One of the reasons why I don't super love puzzles. But if they get stuck there, random encounters is this way to be like, hey, you guys have gotten into this circular thing. Somebody's coming. So unless you think that you're going to figure out this puzzle in the next 30 seconds, you guys need to move or do something. And sometimes just resetting that or forcing them to move to a different way to get around the dungeon is enough to unstuck them. So that you're not chewing up a whole bunch of session time with them sitting there arguing about how or how not they can get through this puzzle, or trying to brute force it, or whatever they're doing. It's a tool as a dungeon master. It's not just a weird random thing that you just throw fights in to be fights. That's not the correct usage of it. That was never intended to be sort of the correct usage of it. It's supposed to be this thing that allows you to as a tool in your toolbox as a DM to be like, I can apply pressure to help my players in a diegetic way, in an in-game way, be like, you're stuck, here's a thing that's going to help try to unstuck you. Or be a penalty for you guys and being a little metagaming. Like, oh, we're going through a dungeon, but we're stopping and searching every single floor tile as we go down the passageway for traps. We are investigating every single room for hidden caches of loot or hidden doors. Like, if you guys spend all this time, monsters are going to find you, and you're not going to get additional rewards because the monsters found you. That's supposed to be, it's the stick part of the carrot and stick. You go into the dungeon to get the carrots, get all the treasure, all the good loot, all the levels, experience, all that good stuff. The stick is like, hey, here's bad stuff that will happen to you if you're not efficient about moving through the dungeon. That's how it's supposed to work. Or at least that's how I believe it works. That's what makes sense to my brain, at least. And there are other sources that seem to coincide with that. So we've got our current chambers, our chamber content. So I don't like the 50% of it's going to be a monster. And then most of these are like dominant inhabitant, pet or allied creature, random creature. Those are fine, but in a section that doesn't really tell you, only tells you a little bit up here about like what those things are, and then has to port you over to a different chapter to check out adventures, how to create adventures to tell you this kind of stuff. So it's like, I'm not sure this was super useful. You could have just left the line as like, you could see chapter 3 for creating adventures for more information on random encounters, and just left it as monster. So we also have the same thing here, where you're either going to just fight monsters who may or may not have treasure. You're going to have some sort of dungeon hazard. You're going to have some sort of obstacle. You're going to have some sort of trap or trick. And then the last little bit, the last 20%, is sort of like, oh, there's going to be an empty room. Even though empty room with a dungeon hazard is not really any different than just having room with a dungeon hazard. I guess the difference is that it doesn't have treasure and the other entry does have treasure. Again, like I said, I have a table now that's a 2d6 table, which basically gets all of this accomplished in a much easier, I feel like a very easier way than this. But we also have the issue here. We saw it change a little bit in the 4th edition one, but definitely showed up in the adventure book, is that there's no room here that has more than one challenge type. There's no double challenge types in here. There's no room that has a monster and a dungeon hazard in, or a monster and a trap, or a monster and a trick, or a monster and an obstacle. It's just either you're fighting monsters or you're not fighting monsters. And again, I think you can have a lot more interesting things if you're like, oh, what if it's a monster encounter that also has hazardous terrain that's hazardous for both the good guys and the bad guys in this room. Just in the D&D game I ran last night, they got into an encounter with the skeletons, and the skeletons went through the hazard that's in the room, made them real easy to defeat most of the time because it was a thing that reduced their movement and kind of made them stuck. They go through this difficult, sort of very viscous, not quite quicksandy kind of pool that makes it really difficult. It's sort of like wading waist up through it. And the skeletons are not smart enough to kind of walk around it, so they just kind of went through it. And the player characters were smart enough not to get in the pool, so they just kind of sat around the edges picking them off. And so it's a nice juxtaposition to be like, oh, this was a very easy encounter, which was a random encounter. This became an easy encounter because of the terrain of the environment and how we used it to our advantage and how our adversaries were not smart enough to use it. But it could have gone the other way if the adversaries were smart enough to use it. Which, in the previous fight in that room, the adversaries were smart enough to use it. But skeletons are kind of dumb. They ain't got no brains. How are they supposed to think? They don't have any brains. It doesn't work like that. Then you get down to monster motivations. This is a little bit weird. I feel like you need a monster motivation for each different faction, which feels like it should be back in the planning adventure section and not in the random dungeon section. Because this kind of, to me, insinuates that you should kind of be rolling for this in every single monster encounter that you have, which is 50% of your rooms, so half your rooms. So every time you're like, why are the bugbears in here? They're hiding from enemies. Okay, what enemies in a different room? They're like, oh, there's I don't know, carrion crawlers in this room. What are they doing? They're seeking wealth. What does that mean? For a carrion crawler, that means probably seeking food. So they're looking for bodies, and maybe that would be our dominant monster, our random creature. Let's do a pet or allied creature, and they're seeking an item in the dungeon. Maybe that's somebody who's working with, what did I say, bugbears? Yeah, you come across some goblins who are seeking an item in the dungeon. That's why they're in there, in this room. They're tossing this room when you come in there. It's like that stuff's great, but it would be nicer to have that in more of a faction level and be like, oh, it doesn't tell me why the bugbears are in the dungeon until I come across the goblins. What if there are two sets of goblins and one of them's looking for an item and the other one's looking to conquer the dungeon? Those are two different goals. Assuming these groups are all the goblinoids are probably working together, at least loosely, they should have more of a faction, I feel like, goal. So that's why I think like that stuff should be probably makes more sense in the adventure planning section and not the random dungeon section. Dungeon hazards. There are 6 of them. So I'm going to take a look at. We didn't have dungeon hazards in this one, did we? It's under combat encounter, so it's not in the random dungeon section, but we did have it in this one. Right. So tricks and traps, which it gets included in here. So we had quite a few in here, and then we see that it's really stripped down here. So just brown mold, green slime, shrieker, spider webs, violet fungus, yellow mold. That is when you're gonna have something that shows up. Let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13. 10 6. No, that can't be right. 65% of the time. That can't be right. That's definitely not right. I'm doing bad math. That's 8 plus, how much does it show up? 9, 10 plus 5. No, that math can't be correct at all. Oh no, that's right. I'm sorry. It's a D100 table, not a D20 table. That's my mistake. That's why I can't get it right. Duh, getting a little scrambled. Uh, Something that's going to show up like 13% of the time. Yeah, I feel like that's 1 in 10 rooms is going to have it. These are going to get really, if you're running a bunch of dungeons, like more than one, these are going to get real old real fast. Brown mold, green slime, shrieker, spider webs. Some of these hazards, like slimes and shriekers, are kind of creatures. Like they have stat blocks. And fungus has stat blocks. They're not really hazards. Hazards to me are more things like with the crevasse, the chasm, there's lava flows in here. There's falling rocks. There's the room is filled with water, or it has water and it's standing water in it. That's an issue for some reason. Things that you need to get over, which is similar to obstacles. Hazards in my mind, hazards are things that whether you interact or not with them, they represent a hazard to you. Obstacle is something you have to get past if you want to get to some other goal within the room. So very similar, anti-life aura, battering winds, blade barriers. A lot of these are just magic stuff. To this one, they give you a chasm. So a chasm is an obstacle, which I guess makes sense, yeah. Unless the hazard is that the room is falling into some sort of void. And if you walk through here, that's no matter if you're trying to cross the chasm or not, it's an issue. But it also just has a bunch of like weird uh, obstacles that sometimes I feel like should be hazards, like the wall of fire or reverse gravity or poisonous gas. It's like those things just happen. Whereas things like the overgrown mushrooms that block progress and must be hacked down to get through them, that is of course an obstacle. Like if you don't do anything in this room, those things aren't going to do anything to you. But the poison gas is still going to be poison gas if you walk into the room, regardless of whether you're trying to get across it or what you're trying to do in it. also a good room if you ended up rolling a monster, which you can't in this edition, and random generation. But if you did have one in which you had a hazard that was poison gas, you would put a creature in there that's not affected by poison gas. That's why they're in this room. Obviously, this is safe for them because it keeps other things away from them. This is like a place where they can recoup and get back together. So if you, or at least we're resistant to it. So like you could throw some dwarves or Durgar in here, that would work, and they take reduced damage. So it's a good arena for them to fight in, even if it's not one they can stay in forever, because they're not immune to it. But you could have constructs in here. You could have undead in here. Anything that doesn't breathe probably won't be affected by a poisonous gas. So all sorts of fun stuff. And random traps are pretty standard. Again, a lot of these are magic as well. It's like, oh, lightning bolt shoots out. Glyph of warding. And then you have some interesting ones like locking pit floods with water. Then doesn't proceed to tell you what a locking pit is. Now, if you played enough D&D, you're probably familiar with locking pit. But basically, what it means is that it's a normal pit trap where like you step into it and it falls up. The locking pit trap locks back, like it comes back. So you have to like hold it open while you're trying to fish somebody out of there, or figure out a way to, depending on how you set it up, if you need to make a disarm trap or a lock picking check to just open it back up. If it auto locks once something's in there, if it's like a one-way cage kind of thing, meant to keep somebody in there alive. Scything blades, brittle stairs collapse over spikes. That almost feels like it should be a hazard. Though it is weird, it's like you're setting up a stairway. This is one of the things where like the traps don't work correctly, where you're like, if this is a stairway that's supposed to be used, why would we create false stairs in there that we could fall through into a spike pit below? If this is a main stairway we need to get through the dungeon, people who made the dungeon and or live in the dungeon would have like notices about that at the very least. Be like, hey, don't step on this one, or put a board over it or something like that. And that could be an interesting thing for them to, for your players to mess with if there are other people who have taken over this dungeon. But if it's the original architects of the dungeon who are the people who are in it, the inhabitants of it, and they wouldn't put that unless this is one of those weird stairwells that go to nowhere. And it's like, oh, well, the creatures who actually live here know that you don't go up those stairs. That's a trap. Don't go up those stairs. But, intruders might not. And they might go up there and then immediately fall in the spike pit. So that's the way that I could see it being done. But if it's, you have to make sure that it's not a thoroughfare that they need to use to get around the place anyways, because if so, they're gonna have some warnings or some way to go around that's kind of semi-permanent. Not just like, oh, always remember to hop over the bad step, and that's step number 17 on the stairs. So make sure you count every time you go up and down the stairs. Like, that's a little bit too futzy, and you're definitely gonna have your own guys falling into those pits. Then you gotta remake stairs. You gotta make a new brittle stair to put in its spot. It's a mess. Logistical nightmare. And you lost the guy. Maybe you lost the guy who makes the brittle stairs. That's bad. Now you can't make any more brittle stairs. What are you gonna do? You can't do that. You're out a perfectly good skilled laborer. Dungeons aren't free. You gotta hire that guy. You gotta hire some sort of hobgoblin with that skill set. Or kobold with that skill set. Though kobolds probably come pretty cheap. Being trap experts, just a bonus. Random tricks. So we do see tricks are pretty persistent. We see them kind of come back a little bit more, at least in this 5th edition. I do think sometimes with the 5th edition, some of these things is like they didn't really understand. You have to remember in the 2014 rules, they didn't really understand who the audience of 5th edition was gonna be. Because 5th edition 2014 rules, as designed, is more of a hodgepodge of things. It's kind of the greatest hits version of D&D. Like, oh, we just kind of pulled the best little bits from the different prior editions of D&D and kind of found a way to kind of cobble them together into a system. But the only really big thing that I think, which is the most notable thing about the edition, is the advantage-disadvantage mechanic, which is not even new to that edition. It's in 4th edition. It's in other games. This was not a super new thing. The way it's used in 5th edition is a little bit new, or how pervasive it is, trying to really make it the piggyback of the whole system. And I think it's eloquent, and I think it works well. So, 5e is still a game that I think is pretty well designed for the most part. For the most part. Uh, and it is, I feel like, and I think I said this when 5th edition kind of came out, and I played it for a little bit. Like, I did the playtest up through it with a group of friends. And then once I got into it and did everything, and I got my hands on the book, so we played some games and run some games, kind of felt like my sort of take from D&D 5th edition was like, it's the greatest hits of D&D. It's also very vanilla in its flavor. It's not particularly notable compared to other editions of D&D, where you like look at old stuff and be like, oh, super dungeon crawler, 4th edition, super tactics combat, 3rd edition rules for everything, and 5th edition doesn't really have that sort of raison d'etre kind of for it. It doesn't have that sort of clarion call. So for it just feels kind of like, for me, it was like it's everybody's second favorite version of D&D. But that if you play another D&D edition, you might like it more. If assuming that 5e is not your first, you probably like a different edition of D&D first. But it's sort of like it's a food everybody can agree on. It's an edition of D&D. It's like we all want to play. We have a group of people who want to play D&D. Somebody wants to play Pathfinder. Somebody wants to play like OSE, Old School Essentials, or Shadow Dark, or something like that. And everybody's kind of like, oh, what are we going to play? And then somebody's like, well, we could just play 5th edition D&D. And everybody would kind of be like, okay, that's fine. Like, it's not my favorite, but sure. We're all comfortable with that rule set. We're all familiar with it. That'll work. Yeah. That's sort of my feelings about the 5th edition 5.24. But we do have this large list of tricks, which kind of comes back in, which is a very sort of like old school thing, and that's one of the things where it's like I don't think they understand the core audience that D&D 5 would end up coming, and that mainly came out of things through Critical Role and Stranger Things, this more sort of like pop culture awareness, and drawing in a lot more of that sort of to say in a very sort of banal way, that very theater kid energy kind of people, pulling those people in the hallway into the hobby and into D&D, and to make up a very kind of large new core audience of it, and people who had seen it in Stranger Things and were like, oh, I'll try it out, and then of course you have the COVID stuff, and it's just like this conflux of right place, right time things. It's a lot of luck, kind of, that it kind of took off. Without those sort of 3 factors, I can't imagine that 5e would have been anywhere near the success it has been. Because that's not anything that I feel like Wizards of the Coast or Dungeons and Dragons, the brand, has done specifically to kind of warrant that. In fact, they've done not a lot of great stuff in the recent past. So I do think it is sort of that conglomeration. So that's why when I see things like the big tricks table, I'd be like, oh, this is like when they talk about pulling stuff from the old editions. Like, oh, we're pulling back tricks from sort of the old school kind of stuff. Which is not a thing that shows up in 4th edition a ton. They're not super prevalent in 3rd edition. The tricks aren't super big in it. So then having it come back in. And then I like out of all of this, then they're like in the random treasure section up here at the top. They're like, use the tables and guidelines of chapter 7. That's all you need. And then they talk about empty rooms, God-centric characters who need a safe place to take a short rest. Characters can also barricade themselves there and take a long rest. Now, barricading yourself in a room, if people figure out you're in that room, that becomes an issue. They'll get all their friends to come and wait for you to finish your long rest, or break down the door and get you while you're in the middle of your long rest. Resting in dungeons should be a very, very, like, Hail Mary. That's my interpretation. If taking a long rest should be a Hail Mary, be like, we have to take a rest. Like, where it's like, the next encounter we get into is going to be maybe our last. Like, we have to take a long rest. And it's unfortunate. We just have to take it here. We have to do it in the dungeon. We have to find some place to bed down. It should not be a like, oh, I'm kind of out of spell slots. I guess. Everybody tries to find it, get a quick 8 here in the dungeon that's still very much vibrant and full of monsters. Because there is a likelihood that they're going to run across you. If you're making wandering monster checks, which is one of the reasons you should do that. Dungeon dressing. Lots of stuff in dungeon dressing. Noises, air, odors, general features, general furnishings and appointments, religious articles and furnishing, mage furnishings. Like the rest of this is kind of all going to be like that. What is the thing that we have down here? Ah, that's the errata. That's supposed to be sextant. Gotcha. Well, this is fine. 89 to 90. Ah, yeah. Yeah, so this printing has a little bit of the errata in it. Container contents. Book scrolls and tomes, so lots of rollers for that. Stuff to be in here. And that's the end of it. So you do see this weird thing where it really kind of tone shifts the end. So you get the dungeon layout, kind of what should be in the room, and then this last bit is just like describing it. So they really wanted to lean in on the description-based aspect of it. They're like, here's all the things that you need to be putting in the dungeon to like talk about going through it, because it can be very boring to go through a dungeon if you don't have a dungeon master who's doing a good job about telegraphing things that are coming up and talking about sort of the sensory experience of going through a dungeon. Otherwise, it's like you go down the hallway, there's an intersection, you can go left or right. I didn't give you any additional information, so it's a random decision. You decide to go left. You travel on for another 80 feet. It comes to a door. Like that's really boring. To be like, instead of being like, oh, you come to this T intersection. Down the left side, there is, you hear a creaking of something. It sounds like wood, and I would look at something that's going on in the dungeon and be like, it sounds like the creaking of a door that's ajar. Like maybe there's some wind moving it. Kind of telegraph things that are coming down that way, so that way when you're at a juncture point, you can make a somewhat informed decision, or feel like the players feel like they're making an informed decision, and be like, okay, there's definitely an open doorway down that way. There's some sort of air movement that's happening there that's causing that, we think, or something else, some sort of mechanical things causing it. Down the right side, let's not do noise. Let's do something else. Let's do odors. You smell, it's salty and wet. So you get to smell like, oh, it's almost like a brine or seawater's down that way. So if you go that way, maybe there's some sort of big bath, like there's a laboratory, or maybe that's where the baths are, or the part of this, like the dungeon I'm currently running, there's a very similar to the dungeon I'm running. They run into a passageway and talk about, oh, you can hear the sound of water like lapping, almost like waves. And they go to find out that, hey, there's a corner of this room that's broken out and actually has a sub-water passage that you can actually go through if you want to investigate that. And they watch some animals kind of go through it, experience that as they get into the room, as a way to sort of, but it helps them when they're at that T intersection feel like they're making some sort of informed decision rather than just being like, I don't know, I just randomly choose a point because if I have no information, each choice is functionally random if I don't have any information in which to make a thoughtful decision. Odors, general features, that's just like random stuff that's around. Like, oh, there's a club here that's splintered, teeth or fangs that are scattered. So you have all this stuff, but this is all kind of fluff. And I think that's probably my biggest harp on the 5th edition random dungeon generation is we get very little aspect of making the dungeon, like what that form is, and putting stuff in the dungeon. And then most of it's kind of like fluff about the dungeon. It's a lot of gilding, a lot of lipstick on a pig. It's like it doesn't give you a lot of super great information on that foundational level, and it gives you a whole bunch of like filler stuff to kind of throw in there to do the description. So they knew that they were leaning in very much the more description based kind of play, which I think resonates with the audience that ended up coming into D&D during this time frame. So I think that's a little bit of serendipity. I don't think it's something that they were kind of going out of their way to do. I feel like this kind of section was put together by people who didn't really necessarily know what to do. They were like, how do we make dungeons interesting? I think is what they were trying to do. How do we make dungeons interesting? And they're like, oh, by giving you tables on how to describe stuff, but then not giving you a lot of support to be like, okay, like I had to make up all that stuff about like, oh, that's what the water sound means. Oh, that now I'm ascribing stuff to other parts of the dungeon. But what if you have already filled out that way and you're like, okay, the room behind me, let's just to use the previous example, the room behind me is that salon that's got a bunch of coffins in it. And I roll footsteps from behind. So we're coming from that direction. We've reached this T intersection or whatever, or this new room, and we hear footsteps coming from behind us, and we're like, well, what? How does that make sense? Because we come from that direction. So and we've gone through everything, so we've already dealt with any monsters. So either this is a new monster that's in the dungeon, so like a wandering monster, which we're not given any tools to put that in these dungeons, really, in 5th edition. So what the heck is that? Like, how do I interpret that? How do I tie that to a specific location? So just this idea that it procs, we're just like, oh, when the characters reach this junction, there will always be footsteps coming from behind them. And when that happens, I roll for, this is again, I have to intuit this. As a Dungeon Master, I guess I roll for what kind of wandering monster encounter it is. Then you're like, what if it ends up being something that doesn't have footsteps? What if I end up rolling a gelatinous cube or something? Huh. So I'd have to re-roll or make another decision, or... So these are things that, like, when I'm building a dungeon, this is the stuff that I do at the very end, the dungeon dressing. And I don't need a random table for it. I mean, sometimes I will, just to kind of ascribe something to it, but usually that's going to be stuff that's not like if you have scratching or scrabbling, like that's tied to a creature. So maybe it's just like a regular mouse that's going by that's not really statted up. It's not like a combat thing, but like, should it be? You're bringing this up, so it shouldn't just be fully vibes based. Like there should be something there. If you're taking the time to explain it, it should be a thoughtful communication that communicates something. So you're like, okay, the idea is that you do that, and you hear this mouse scrabbling within the wall, and you're like, oh. My natural thought would be like, oh, is there something hollow behind this wall? Is there another chamber behind this wall? Let's look for secret doors. Depending on your random dungeon, probably not a secret door there. And then they're gonna be like, oh. Well, we try to break through the wall. Yeah, no. There's like 5-10 feet of stone there, and it's just a rat. And one of the things is like, if you have to be careful as a dungeon master when you're communicating information to your players, because they are gonna make some weird logical jumps that you're not prepared for, and it will seem very logical and right to them, and they're gonna think it's important because you said it to them. And they're going to latch on to things that are not important. So you have to be very diplomatic about the things you share and the context in which you share them. Be like, oh, this monster does this. Like I was talking with my players after our game last night about a dark mantle fight that we had. Be like, sometimes I try to give you guys a lot of red herrings. We were talking about that in dungeon description. So when you walked into this room and there was this pool in it that's got this weird waxy kind of stuff that's in it, and you had the skeleton that's standing in the middle of the pool. But when you investigate more, you can see that the bottom half of them that's beneath the surface of this water is still somewhat meaty. But everything from like waist up is nothing but like picked clean, bleached bone. And this thing's got a broken like head, like a head's partially caved in, but it's still like limply standing up. It's like, and you realize very quickly. Of course, the first thing they do is investigate that thing. They don't get in the water, but they use some light to get closer to it to see if it reacts. Because of course, you see a skeleton in the room. You play D&D for more than 5 seconds, you go, "That's undead. That's definitely going to come to life." This in fact does not come to life. So, but it's not a red herring. It's not like, oh, there's nothing in this room. This is telling you an important thing about the room. It's just telling you that something killed this thing in this room and it hasn't moved. And, if you investigate the head wound, maybe, or you're able to recognize it, maybe you do a nature check or a medicine check, and you go, oh, it doesn't look like a wound from an axe or sword, but it also doesn't look like an arrow. It's definitely like piercing, but it doesn't look like an arrow or a spear, and it's not bludgeoning. So you're like, this must be something that's not a humanoid weapon that did this. Let them know that, hey, there's dark mantis in the room, and something reach down and use its like kindness beak to like break through its skull and scoop out all those delicious, delicious gray matter brains. So that's why I kind of get into things that are like these dungeon dressing is you have to be really careful about it, and I like to use the dungeon to tell me what the noises should be and the odors and things, so I can give more useful hints to telegraph what's in different directions. So when they come to junctions, or you're in a room that has 6 exits in it, which was, hopefully not going to happen here, but in the previous one where you can have 6 exits, it's like I need to give you some sort of context to make a decision off of. I don't have to pull out everything. I don't have to give you. You don't have Batman detective vision where you can see and understand everything that's coming up. But I do want to give you some idea, so it at least feels like you're making a decision based off of what you want to do. Like you're like, oh well, we're not a very swimmy party. We've got people who are in heavy armor. Like dealing with water is really difficult, so we don't want to go down that path that we smell the salt and brackish kind of water sent from. So we're going to go the other way. We're going to go back towards the other way. Go, all right, great. That helped you make a decision, so you weren't just stuck in an intersection being like, do we go left or right? And it's kind of random. Uh, so that way they feel like you're still playing the game. You're not just randomly making decisions. And then some of the stuff's like, okay, sure, yeah, you put a font in this chapel. Yeah. Like this stuff's nice, and I have this stuff and it is useful in the way that I build dungeons now. Uh, but it is, you got a lot of the times I feel like sometimes this stuff doesn't work very well. These types of tables don't work very well. Though I do like the mage furnishings. I need to copy this over because one of the things I can come across in the way that I build my dungeons is that you come across like workshops or laboratories and stuff like that. So the mage furnishings with like beakers and a decanter or a pentagram or a rod for mixing or stirring, a retort. Those sorts of things would be useful to have that. A tripod, tongs, herbs, a furnace, a limbic, balance of weights. All that stuff can be super useful. Also, if you come across the balance of weights, you should pick it up because I think as an adventuring gear, it's actually kind of expensive. So I think you could actually make some money off of that if you find balance of weights in there. But yeah, I mean, this is most of it, and then container contents. Container contents, I don't like this table at all. This is what I think may be the weakest table in here. You're like, oh, because in any random dungeon, there's containers. There's tons of containers. To be like, hey, we broke into this temple of like elemental evil style thing. What's in here? We throw open this massive trunk in the overseer's office. We throw it open. It's full of leaves. What? It's full of liquid, unknown, thin, liquid, unknown, viscous, lumps, unidentifiable. Hey, D&D, it's not helpful for me, the Dungeon Master, when you tell me unidentifiable lumps. Well, they're going to try to figure out what those lumps are if I tell them that they can't tell what those lumps are. But you didn't tell me what the lumps are. Now I have to figure out what those lumps are. I don't know. What does lumps mean? Does that mean that there's like a blanket over it? And then they pull off the liquid, and I roll again, and it's got a bunch of pellets in there. Pellets? Pellets of what? Like guinea pig food? What? Like what is pellets? Help me out here, man. I need a little bit of help. I need more context than that. So yeah, this is out of all the tables. I'm like, this is probably one of the worst tables in here. I open up the desk drawer and there's gelatin. What? Now, if you were like, oh, it's like a mini ooze, that would be a fun surprise gotcha enemy. Like, oh, it's like a desk drawer, like pet bed thing, like an old familiar or something, and like this little ooze attacks them. Like that could be a fun encounter. That could be fun. But then, like, I have to completely change what's in the room because if I'm starting to throw monsters into it. But yeah, that's the end of this. So we see the fifth edition. We start focusing a lot more on the trim and the dressing of the dungeon, a little bit less on the form. Uh, and those are a little bit less interesting than some of the stuff that we had in fourth edition and adventure book. So we start to see this weird kind of change in the way that we do dungeons. And then that brings us to 2024. So I realized I wanted to make this video because I was looking at my own dungeon creation doc, and I'm thinking about the dungeon that I'm currently running my players through, and then that made me look up something in one of these old ones, and then I had my copy of the adventure book. And I was like, oh, that's fun. I should look for some inspiration there, so that way I always try to mix it up a little bit. Let's look at something old and see how they maybe used to do it. And then I was like, oh, I realized I hadn't looked at the random dungeon creation stuff for the 2024 book. So yeah, let me go look at it. Uh, you're gonna notice very quickly as you start to look through this. Oh, there's actually like not a random dungeon generation section. That's actually just not in this book at all. Like, sure, you have the adventures, but that's the step-by-step adventure stuff, which could be a dungeon, but it could very much be not a dungeon, so that's more generic information. The DM's Toolbox has some stuff. You get down here and you're like, doors. Okay, doors are in dungeons, right? And then you're like, oh, nope, there it is. Dungeons, page 65. And yep, that's your doors. Look up, here are your doors. Great. Common doors, glass door. First appearance of a glass door. I have never seen a glass door in a D&D module before. Uh, and I get the feeling that I probably wanted the future. It's like it's when you have HP 4, DC to open 10, AC 13, like it seems weird to play in a thing that's a very sort of medieval Renaissance style time period thing and be like, oh, there's this giant plate glass door. And be like, oh no, glass is like super expensive. Why would anybody use it to have a door? We only use it for windows so that way we can get sunlight inside the building and keep things like birds out. That's why we have glass. It's better than dealing with like lattice, which both either blocks a bunch of light but don't keeps birds out, or you have sort of an open windows thing, which allows things like birds and squirrels and all sorts of other vermin in, and you have to deal with vermin in your building or whatever. Uh, but yeah, not using it for doors, especially in a dungeon context, that would be weird. Okay, barred doors, yeah. Locked doors, yeah. We do notice that in the barred door, the weird thing about so we get like what a sentence about barred doors down here, and then no like what are the DCs for opening it? Is that what this is? Because I would feel like is it the same DC? Because I would assume this is for like locked doors. But it could be barred doors, yeah. And then lock quality and DC to unlock and complexity of a lock, which I don't think is a thing that gets brought up very often. Complexity of lock being like, oh, this is not a thing that you can do in combat. That's fine. I feel like it's a very rare, in my very rare experience both playing and running a game, that somebody tries to unlock a door during combat. Has it never happened? No, it does happen, but it's happened very rarely and only in very specific circumstances. It's not common by any means. All right, so the secret doors, barely hidden door. So DCs, we got DCs for detection. Okay, that's fine. Secret door etiquette. Adventurers often fail to locate secret doors. For this reason, don't hide important treasures or locations behind secret doors unless you're comfortable with the characters not finding them. And don't risk letting your adventure grind to a halt because the only path forward is hidden behind the door. Same way that I talk about like puzzles and things like that. That's why I try not to use puzzles very much. Because for that same sort of etiquette thing, is that it really, if you put something behind it and then it becomes very difficult for the party to get through, it really stops an adventure or a session and an adventure right in its tracks. It's really difficult to move forward if they can't figure it out, unless you made some other way that they can get around to it. Portfolio says, and then we have dungeons, and we're like, oh, okay, great, dungeons. Right, here's the dungeon section. Okay, it's 3 pages, 2, 3, and then it goes into environmental effects. So dungeons. Old strongholds abandoned by the folk who built them. Others are natural caves or layers carved by monsters. They attract cults, groups of monsters, or reclusive creatures. Because of their varied origins and purposes, dungeons have a range of distinctive qualities. You can use the Dungeon Quirks table to add distinctive character to a dungeon you're creating or one in a published adventure. The quirks on the table will reflect the characteristics of the dungeon creator, its intended purpose, its location, or some, often catastrophic, event in its history. You can use a single quirk or combine quirks as you see fit, and roll or choose a result that inspires you. Dungeon quirks. Okay, so you get a D100 roll. This was built as a maze. This was made by amphibious creatures. Using water to protect the innermost reaches from air-breathing intruders. Contains something that led to the downfall of its creators or inhabitants. These are really more like seeds rather than quirks. These are like seeds for a dungeon. Like, hey, I want to build a dungeon for my 4th level party to go through. I'm going to roll my dice, and I roll an 11. This was built as a fortress guarding a mountain pass. Okay, so I know that I'm going to set this in a mountain. It's one of the very few location-based ones. If I go, oh, I can't do a mountain, they're actually nowhere near any mountains. All right, I'm going to reroll and be like a 97. Slowly abandoned as its creators died out or migrated away. Okay, cool. And then we kind of figure out who that is and why this place was abandoned, maybe where they went to. And how then maybe that's part of the dungeon exploration as well, is trying to figure out what happened to them. Like, why are people, what draws the player characters to this dungeon? Maybe the quest giver is like an antiquarian, archaeologist kind of person. It's like, I'm trying to understand what happened to the giants of old that no longer walk these plains. We find their bones sometimes, and we've got this structure, this edifice that they've built and abandoned over time, and we want to. I need some brave adventurers to go with me to investigate it, or to go in my stead to investigate it and see if you can bring back any sort of information about the dungeon and who's in it and why it was abandoned and what's happened to the giants. What is their narrative? What is their story, their legacy of history, and do all that. So yeah, that's really cool. It doesn't help me make the dungeon, but it's cool to give me a spark for it. Mapping a dungeon. Then we go straight into mapping. 5 by 5 feet. Be asymmetrical. Mapping principles. Be asymmetrical. 3-dimensional layout. There's like immediately you need to put elevation changes in it. And multiple pathways, which we kind of already talked about. Wear and tear. If you'd like to show wear and tear caused by time elements, collapsed passages can be a commonplace, cutting off formerly connected sections of the dungeon from each other. Natural features and secret doors and secret rooms. For each door and room, consider the original purpose. Were secret doors a defense against invaders, or do denizens of the dungeon scheme to keep secrets from each other? Okay. But again, like, how do I make the dungeon? It's like, that's cool to map it out, but like, how many rooms should I put in it? What should the size of those rooms be? Do I, stocking wise, what do I do? They're like designing dungeon rooms. Remember to put ceiling supports in. Which is the first time we've kind of had that. There have been some other things that talk about putting pillars in a room, but this really kind of shows up the first time here. Decorations, exits. And some of this is like super helpful information. Hey, if you're building a dungeon with creatures that can't open doors and can't make a layer in a sealed room without some sort of external assistance. So, hey, if you decide to make a beholder layer, don't put a bunch of doors in it. The beholder doesn't have hands to open doors. So, not a lot of doors in that dungeon. If anything, if it's something they built, they had people make for them, then there wouldn't be any doors in it. Or you need to show like something like there were doors here, but they've been like disintegrated away, or at least the top half. That would be a better way to be like the top half of all these doors are gone, like they've been broken through and turned to ash. The bottom halves are all still here, and you look at this door and it is locked. And that's this cool thing where you're like, I'm going to use this thing to tell you this aspect about the dungeon, tell you a little bit, slowly feed you secrets and clues about what the monster is that's in here, what you're looking for, what the threats, telegraphing the threats above him. Be like, oh, why only the top? And then, maybe they make some checks and talk about it a little bit. If they roll well on their checks, be like, well, you get the idea if they haven't already figured it out in their minds just by talking with each other. You get the idea that, oh, this creature that's in here that did this is probably flies. They have like a hover speed. They don't have legs, probably. That's why they don't need the bottom half of the doors. They just floated through the top half. And that kind of gives you an idea of, okay, size of creature maybe. Then you go, okay, what kind of creatures can do this kind of damage? And you're like, oh, Arcana check. Ooh, this looks like maybe some sort of. I'm not sure if I'd immediately give you Disintegrate Ray. Maybe like, oh, this seems like some sort of magic spell went off of it. It doesn't look like. It kind of, there's ashes on the ground, but it's not like. There's no burn marks on the door. So that kind of gives you an idea, like a little snippet of getting there. It's like, okay, so some sort of magical blast did it. You're pretty sure, but it didn't splinter it, so it wasn't like a magic missile that just splintered the door with force. It didn't get burned with fire. That might leave you with like radiant damage, maybe necrotic damage, maybe something like that. And then slowly over time, they'll be, if you keep doing that as they go through the dungeon, they'll be like, they'll get to the idea. Ideally, before they reach the beholder's actual central chamber where it is, they'll get the idea of like, oh, this is probably a beholder, if they're familiar with that monster. Otherwise, even if they're not, they're going to have some idea of its capabilities. They know that it flies, knows that it has pretty potent magical blasts that it can do, all that kind of stuff. Crypts, guard posts. This is all still in designing dungeon rooms, common dungeon rooms. Crypts, guard posts, living quarters, natural subterranean areas, shrines, vaults, work areas. I mean, yeah, that pretty much does it. But I feel like the way that I do my dungeon design is I focus on specifically trying to do one of these, what they're saying is a type of room, as often more of like the entire dungeon, like that is the theme of the dungeon itself. Kind of looking at these old fifth edition tables. See back here, where you're like, oh, this one is a tomb, right? Instead of having a crypt room, be like, oh no, this is a tomb. And so yeah, it's got a bunch of crypts in it, but it also might have a guard post. It might have some sort of, maybe not living quarters in it, might have living quarters in it. Maybe it has like at least a caretaker room in it or something like that. Might have vaults that have like reliquaries and stuff in them. Probably has shrines in it. And also going to have some work areas for like preparing the dead, dressing rooms, all that sort of stuff that's just in these tables. A crypt, a chapel, antechamber, a false crypt, a gallery, a grand crypt, a guard room, roving room, storage, tomb, workshop, rather than being like most rooms in your dungeon are going to fall into one of these broad categories. Because you might look at this and be like, okay, where does this lawn fit in this? And you're like, I guess living quarters? I guess? What does the storage room go in? Living quarters, vault, a work area, kind of depending on what contents is you're storing. So it's a little fussy. And then Dungeon Decay, neglected, and this kind of helps you tell you what should be in there. So this is one of the more helpful tables that we have in the 2024 rules. It's worn, prone to collapse. If any impacts or damage from the structure, including from spells and other areas of effect, have a 50% chance of causing a collapse. That's really dangerous, not only for falling rubble, which of course it doesn't give you. I'd probably do something similar to fall damage for that, for improvising damage. But that's also, this seems like a very way, in the same way that it just warned us about uh, secret doors on the previous page. On this one, it's like, oh, there's 50% chance that, like, if this room collapses and this is a central bottleneck, like, you have to get through this to get to other parts of the dungeon. If this collapses, you just can't get into the rest of the dungeon unless you spend presumably a whole bunch of time, like, digging it out, potentially, if even that. Or they get stuck in the dungeon and they can't get out, which is even worse. So you got to be really careful with some of this stuff. Chance of difficult terrain. It's okay. Just put the difficult terrain in. Neglected one dungeon hazard, such as brown mold, green slime, or yellow mold, see hazards in this chapter, is abundant. Abandoned. Most of the dungeon is deserted. Stealth checks have disadvantage because any sounds stand out as unusual. Okay, but like who's hearing it if it's abandoned? I mean, that assumes that it's going to be like a humanoid place that's been abandoned by humanoids, but like we said, maybe the beholder's in there and the beholder can hear you. Okay, I guess. I don't know how that's any more than usual, just because there's not a lot of noise that. Because I feel like the inverse of dungeons isn't necessarily true. If they're like, are there people in these dungeons? Yeah, but they're probably not being super loud most of the time, especially if it's really echoey. If it's like an underground area, they're probably not being super loud most of the time, or else they're going to all get annoyed with each other very quickly. Thriving, the dungeon is heavily populated. Any loud noises draw the attention of nearby creatures. So the point is like whether it's abandoned or thriving, you're you're still going to draw a lot of attention. Great, it's a dungeon then. Environmental effects, so they add this stuff in here, but this is no longer sort of like in the dungeon section, kind of. So we have dungeon stores, death, person magical. Yeah. So these really don't focus necessarily as big as the whole chapter is DM's toolbox. Fear and mental stress. So you have all this extra stuff in here, but none of it's directed necessarily to dungeon creation. So yeah, it was very interesting to kind of open this up and just kind of talk about it because I think we're done looking at this for the most part. So it was very interesting to just kind of open up the 2024 book, and be like, oh, there's just like not a random dungeon generator in here, and I was fully expecting there to be one, and I thought that's so weird. Why is that? And then I thought about it a little bit more, and I feel like, oh, well, when we were just talking about with 5e, this new audience has come in and things, and I think there is for a lot of people and a lot of the way that people play now, and especially informed by things like Critical Role and other actual plays, where dungeon delving usually is not particularly interesting mode of play to see in those types of games. And so if that's your entry point for a lot of people, and that's a lot of people's first impression about what a D&D game can and should be, but by both, like, that is what it can do, and those are my expectations given what I've seen. Okay, then that makes sense. Yeah, probably not a lot of dungeons. And then dungeons for a lot of people are unpopular. Like even in my own group that I'm running one for, uh, and players just talking about it after our session yesterday. So being like this where he talked about kind of his problem with them. I think as a player and a dungeon master, being like, the problem that I have is that it's really hard to have these natural role play moments because that's sort of their focus to have more role play moments. That's sort of their actor style, instigator style of character. They want that drama kind of stuff, that intra party and extra party drama of the drama of everything that's happening on. And then like dungeons don't necessarily do that because dungeons are a different kind of mode of play, so it's hard to find the space to do that when we're too busy like looking for traps and secret rooms and oh we got into a combat in this room and now we're running away from this thing and now we're trying to figure out how to get over this pit trap and so it's a fully different mode of play where they're really struggling to like find that ability to get in there a little bit. And I was like, I understand that. Like I can see how that's difficult. I was talking with them, and I was like, but you guys also just took a short rest. You did sit down and have an hour. It's like you guys can do plenty of RP during that time. You can have a full scene. We can spend. We're not on a time limit with the dungeon, but we can spend 20 minutes of you guys just talking back and forth, half an hour. If you're really into it, we can go even longer. Uh, as long as everybody feels included and it's not dragging down everybody. It's just like two people at the table talking back and forth for 30 minutes, and everybody else is just watching or scrolling on their phones. And well, yeah, it's perfectly fine. Like nothing's gonna keep you from doing that stuff. You can do that stuff, or you can do it anytime that essentially is not combat. Have a conversation. Like I felt like not this last session, but the session before, they had a very long, very in-depth conversation, both amongst themselves and with some, I guess, NPCs that are in the room. We have some play soldiers. They're kind of like golem constructs, sort of a terracotta soldier kind of style. It's like, and they can communicate. They can't speak, but they can like nod and shake their heads. So they can give like yes, no responses. And there's two of them, so they can give like maybe or not sure or sometimes answers by one nodding and one shaking their head. So it's like they can answer some questions for you, and you can talk with them. And so they talk to them, and they try to figure those things out. Talk about amongst themselves what they want to do. So it's like there's plenty of room for like RP. At any point, you guys can talk about like uh, your feelings or stuff that's going on with you, or talk about the things that have happened so far and why I'm upset with this character because they did this thing in that fight and that put us all in danger. And like, it's perfectly natural to have all those moments if you want to have them. And here's the thing: if you guys drop into that, I'm not going to immediately start rolling wandering monster checks. It's like, yeah, if you guys really buckle in and really start to like, it feels like you guys are focusing more on the conversation than your surroundings. When the conversation is more about having an argument with each other or casting blame or something like that than trying to figure out what to do next in the dungeon. So it feels like you're kind of spinning your wheels as far as you're no longer making progress in the dungeon or talking about things that wouldn't necessarily help you make progress in the dungeons. At that point, then I'm gonna start rolling for you. It's like I'm perfectly happy for you guys to like have scenes. You guys should definitely have those roleplay scenes. And and I think that, but I think that is a very consistent feeling that I feel like I get a lot from people, especially who are newer into the hobby from 2014 on. Be like, oh, if you come through the pipeline of like actual play, Stranger Things, bringing that sort of theater kid energy into it and want this to be, you look at something like D&D and you describe it as something as like collaborative storytelling, which is not necessarily how I describe it. But if that's where you put your emphasis goes on the role playing stuff and not where I put the emphasis necessarily on the game part. It's a game. Role playing tells me what kind of game it is. It's not just improv with some dice rolls, which is a different way to kind of think about the game. Like at the end of the day, we're sitting down to kind of go through the dungeon, not just to have pretend fake characters have conversations with each other. There was nothing wrong with that. I enjoy that. It's a lot of fun. It's like it is at the end of the day a game, and you are trying to get things accomplished in the game. And part of the gameplay is this role play stuff, but that again is one third of the pillar. One of the three pillars that are in here. We have all the social role play stuff. We have all the investigation stuff, which dungeon is very much the investigation exploration side, and then we have the combat stuff. So you can do all three of these things in a dungeon very easily, but there are going to be less direct prompting in most dungeons for the roleplay aspect. And that just kind of comes with the territory. It's like if you break into somebody's house, they're not going to like invite you. They're not going to make a cup of tea for you and sit you down in the living room. They're going to be like, "Get out of my house." Whereas if you come across somebody in the wilderness or in the city, right, they're going to be a lot more likely to just be on the neutral ground and talk to you. So it's slightly different, but we can get there. Uh, but yeah, I mean that's primarily the thing that I wanted to talk about. Right now, I just want to quickly look through the creating adventure section in the 2024 book, just to ensure that I did not miss anything really big. Adventure situations, so they do this thing where they say adventure situations rather than being like, oh, dungeons. Yeah, so I feel like we're moving a lot away from that. Even in this section where they're like, adventure maps. I know you can't see it. And they're like, these are adventure maps, and they give you the common map symbols, which is all the dungeon key stuff, which is actually the first time we actually don't see it in any of the other slots, nor is it in the actual dungeon thing where they actually show you, how to mark out what does a double door look like, what is the notation for a secret door, all the sort of interesting mapping stuff that you need to do, making a star for statues in circle and stuff like that, T's for traps, all the stuff that would be super useful to know. It has not been in any of the dungeon sections, unfortunately. So yeah, but this is adventure setting, adventure maps, adventure structure. It seems like they work a lot of their way. They really go out of their way not to say dungeon a whole lot. Like here, I'll just read the adventure setting intro real quick. Many D&D adventures revolve around dungeons, interior spaces such as great halls and tombs, subterranean monster lairs, mazes riddled with traps, natural caverns extending for miles beneath the surface, and ruined castles. The dungeons, that's the emphasis they put on it, section in Chapter 3 can help you craft a dungeon environment for an adventure. Not really. That's actually not really true. It actually doesn't do that very well. It gives you a lot of fluff for it, but it doesn't actually tell you how to make the environment. Of course, not every adventure takes place in a dungeon. A wilderness trek across the desert or a harrowing journey into the jungle can be an exciting adventure in its own right. Outdoors, dragons wheel across the sky in search of prey, fierce warriors pour forth from grim fortresses to wage war against their neighbors, ogres and trolls plunder farmsteads for food, and monstrous spiders drop from web-shrouded trees. Adventures can also take place in cities, towns, villages, which are often no less dangerous than dungeons or the wilds. The settlement section in the chapter. Sorry, that's the end of that. So, yeah, it feels like they're really kind of pulling back a little bit. Really feel that pull back from some of the older editions and focus on dungeon and being like, see, and then they have a section down here that's like bring a location to life. And I'm like, that's the area that I think you should reference the tables in the dungeon sections. Not going to help you craft a dungeon environment. It's not going to help you do that. So really, it's really not a a book in a lot of ways. It'd be like, it's also just not going to really tell you how to set up a dungeon, which is not fun. Yeah, some plan encounters stuff. All the stuff, like some of this stuff's really good. Like planning encounters, things that are not just encounters that have goals, are not just like, hey, go kill the enemies. But at the same time, like not giving you really a lot of things like how do you string the things together. Random encounters, create urgency, drain character resources, establish atmosphere. So for the first time, we actually see some lip service actually being paid. I'm actually going to share this. For the first time in the 5e in 24, we do see some actual emphasis being put on random encounters and how they're actually useful. They don't occur in a fixed location. That's the random kind of aspect about them. They're presented at a table. You roll a die, you consult. Handled well, random encounters can serve a variety of useful purposes. Like they're random as into when and where they show up, not random as to they happen as random. There's always a chance for them. And they do important things. They create urgency. We talked about that by providing a sense of danger. They drain character resources, which is super useful for people who always. If you hear a lot of people that talk about like, oh, I can't trust my players, it's like you're probably not putting them in enough encounters. That's generally what's happening. It's not about having one big encounter. It's about uh, having a lot of little encounters. Often works a lot better because you want them to use their resources, which means you need different encounters for them to cast spells in specifically, or to use their abilities in, because they can usually only use their abilities or spells once per day, or once per like short rest. And then if you have two encounters within those rests, well, that makes the second encounter much more difficult naturally. Establish atmosphere, be like, oh, you're not safe in here. Yeah. Provide assistance. Some random encounters can benefit from characters. Yeah. You run into random NPCs. They don't always have to be combats. They don't even always have to be monsters, as we saw in the fourth edition stuff. Like sometimes a random encounter can be like, oh, there's a trap I hadn't planned for here. Which, depending on your style of prep, you might really like if you're more of an improvise heavy one and you want a list of traps and be like, if you wanted to put in your random encounters list pit trap, I think that that could work just fine. Like, oh, you guys are walking down this hallway. Up, you proc a random encounter. Up, it's pit trap. Whoever's in the front needs to make a dexterity saving throw. And up, there's one you didn't catch. It was a trap you didn't catch. Here it is. Nope. But if you're a prep dungeon master, you might have a prep heavy dungeon master. You'd be like, no, I don't want random traps anywhere at any time. But yeah, yeah. So again, it does have a lot. Like, there's a lot of good information in here, but it's also a lot of wobbly vagary information. Like, would I say that this section does a super great idea of telling a new dungeon master like how to formulate an adventure, like the nuts and bolts of how to construct an adventure? Not really. That's and the fifth edition one's kind of like that too. Like, it gives you a lot of cool ideas and gives you some pretty decent advice in and of itself. Is interesting good advice. Like, hey, here's the purpose. Here's a super useful thing for random encounters and why maybe you want to include it. But not necessarily like, oh, you need to have a dungeon should have this many rooms and this many encounters and this sort of mix of encounters based off what you are. We don't get any of that sort of like hard, tangible advice where I can look at something and be like, this is an example of how to do this, rather than other published adventures, rather than having guidelines for how to make the adventure myself. So all this stuff in here is super good, but it's also super, super vague information. And like I said, a lot of this in this adventure thing really seems to really kind of separate itself away from focusing specifically on dungeons and then not having a random dungeon creation area. So a good way to, and I'm going to see if I have it. I don't know if I have a PDF of it. Oh, I do. Uh, the Game Master Guide. So just to show you a bit of a difference, I want to show you something that I think does really well, and this is more of a generic adventure thing. What page is it on? Running the game, player characters, rewards, creating a world, adventures. Go 170. There's a diagram in here which I think is super useful for new dungeon masters. That in just like one visual thing is like, oh, that's really good advice on how to run an adventure. Dungeons, unlike everybody else, their dungeon section actually gives you the map symbols, which is helpful. Dungeon ecology, archetypes, random encounters, story encounters, special encounters, traps. Places to find dungeons. This is Dungeon Toolbox. Types of dungeons, entrances, rooms, mundane characteristics, exotic stuff, types of monsters that could be in different types of layers, different types of things. No, I got too far. I've gone too far. It didn't work. We're gonna have to go back to the table of contents. But that's the right section. What is the reward? Detailing world. The elements of adventure. Maybe it's in the running the game action. I'm trying to remember. There's a really, really nice chart in here about different ways to run it, the same sort of adventure. It's got to be in running the game. I'll know it when I come across it. Oh, here we go. So, the science of DMing. Like, hey, here is a different way to do the same adventure in different ways. Oh, here's the layout of a linear adventure. Hey, you need the monsters attack the town. A witness gives directions to the monster lair. Oh, the monsters went off in that way. You discover the monster lair. The monsters ambush the adventurers. You defeat the monsters. Boom, bada bing, bada boom. That's like a one session kind of super short, but for illustrative purposes, really useful. Oh, that's how you set it up. Okay, an event happens. That's our sort of framing event. You do some different stuff, right? We have an opportunity. There's a social scene. You talk to a person. You try to convince them. Maybe they're really upset, so you need to calm them down. So some sort of challenge there. There is discover the monster lair. That's an exploration scene. You got to be like, okay, now we've gotten the advice, but we do actually have to like track them and get there and sneak up on them. Try to sneak up on them. You get ambushed by the monsters. This is a little bit more heavy-handed. Again, that kind of comes from the linear adventure. Oh, they're waiting for people to show up. I mean, they just attacked the town. They know people are going to come after them. You defeat the monsters, and that's kind of the end of the adventure, right? There was a threat to the town. You took care of the threat to the town. Now, in that, you can be like, oh, well, maybe there's something they learned in that adventure that could tell them more about a future adventure. Like, oh, but there's a note in here about like the hobgoblin captain who's like, oh, well, reinforcements are coming in a week, so we'll be there and we'll be ready to move up and set up shop in whatever this town is our new base of operations for the whatever they're trying to do. Boom. One adventure tied to another adventure. Before you know it, you've got yourself a campaign, baby. Unrestricted adventure. Monsters attack the town. You do some exploration. You find the monster lair. You explore the dungeon, aka the monster lair. You defeat the monsters. So this gives you these unrestricted stuff. So it's not as linear. There's some exploration stuff, so that might take some more time to find it. Maybe there's some other encounters that happen along the way. Maybe there's a timed element. If you want to put a timed element, then you want to make sure that they know about the timed element. Be like, oh, maybe they found a note on somebody who died in the initial attack. The leader of the initial attack on the town. Be like, let them know. Oh, well, a second wave reinforcements. Those reinforcements are coming in a wave. Be like, oh, to reinforce. So they're like, oh, okay, well, we've got a week to find their lair, and that way we can take rid of them before this new force shows up, which will then bring enough people to definitely overwhelm the town, and we won't be able to fight back against them. That kind of stuff. So they discover the monster lair, they go through the monster lair, they defeat the monsters, and then you have your non-linear adventure. Starts off all the same way, which is basically how all of it works, and this is kind of the way that I try to run adventures most of the time. Really good example. But you see that linear, totally unrestricted. So you have like linear thing, and then there's like anything and everything. You can do whatever you want. You can leave the town if you wanted to. However, you know a problem. You know that there are monsters out there. What are you going to do about it? That's the unrestricted adventure thing. This is like monsters attack the town. They leave. Somebody tells you exactly where to go to do the thing. And then the non-linear adventure is kind of the best of both worlds. It's kind of the middle area, so that's why you have sort of this flowchart. ICRPG, that's in Next Card RPG, has a similar flowchart for its adventure design, which is really useful. So having these flowcharts, I think, illustrates how it's done in a very, very quick and easy way, which I don't see in a lot of D&D, and I specifically don't see in this later edition ideas of like, here is how to make the adventure. And again, this isn't tied to dungeons specifically. There is stuff in here for making dungeons. But you're like, monster attacks town. You could seek out weapons to battle the monsters. You could rebuild the town's defenses knowing that they're going to come back for another strike. You have a witness that can give you directions to layer. So there's different ways that you want to adjust this. You could decide to, as you go down there, you discover the monster layer, or you prepare for the return. So that way you know the ground, you can set the area of stage and be prepared for it, rather than going into danger. So, useful options. Different parties will change different things, depending on how much emphasis maybe you put on the time element, how much pressure you might be there. Like, we can't wait for the monster to return, and put all these people in danger. We need to go defeat the monsters now. And other people will be like, other groups might be like, no, look, there's a big enough monster. It's going to show up whenever it shows up, and we don't know when that is. And the worst thing that can happen is that we go out looking for the monster lair, and while we're doing that, the town gets attacked again. And all the people that we're trying to save get killed by, in this case, it looks like a drake or a dragon. And so you go, all right, so we can go after it, or we can stay here, and then you go on into either the monster ambushes the adventurers, or the adventurers ambush the monster, depending on what the choices they make. And then you defeat the monster, and that's the end of the adventure. So all the same adventure, but all constructed slightly differently. And I think this is a much more useful tool for building adventures in general, but you can port the same thing over to specifically the dungeon, if you want to. Be like, okay, they're going to come in through the entrance. What are the different ways they can go? How do they figure the things out? How do they figure out where they need to go? Do they find direct evidence, which could be a witness telling them, could be some notes, could be tracks that are in the dungeon. Is it left sort of ambivalent, like, oh, you have footprints, but they head off in two different directions in the dungeon. I don't know which one to go. Maybe we'll listen to those sounds and be like, oh, it sounds like I can hear hobgoblins talking down this one way, and down the other way I don't hear anything. So your more belligerent parties, bellicose belligerent parties are going to run down and be like, oh, well, we're going to go get in a fight with those guys. And your not so conflict-minded ones might be like, yeah, maybe we sneak around because we don't know how many people are in here, and we want to figure out what's going on and maybe avoid any extra conflicts that might draw attention to us. So different styles of play. And so doing this kind of supports that. But yeah, I mean, this is, again, between the 4th edition Dungeon Master's Guide, and this is the Paizo 1st edition Game Mastery Guide, which is their version of a DMG. These are both very fantastic books, and I think do a much better job in general than the 5e and 2024 ones do. So if you're looking for something that's going to help you, I'd say check out one of those two books. The Pocket Edition, you can get this. It's on that shelf behind me. I'm not going to go grab it. The Pocket Edition is relatively small. It's not a hardback book. It's softback. I think it's like $25 if you're going to pick it up for the printing. Either the 1st or 2nd edition. I don't know if the 2nd edition one's as good as the 1st edition one. Pathfinder. And obviously you can't use the rules in there if you're trying to run 5e or 2024. But the information in there is invaluable as far as all the roll tables and stuff that's in there is really, really great. But yeah, so one of the things I wanted to do is next we're going to take out this dungeon creation stuff. So this is a document that I generally use to make dungeons, but we are already at 4 hours, way over what I wanted to do today because we've taken a long time. It's kind of a deep topic when we're talking about multiple decades of D&D. So I think I'm going to save this, and maybe we'll drop back in and we'll do this next week. So same time next week, if you're interested and you want to join along and see how that goes, we'll take a look at this document and see how I've incorporated what I've learned over the years through these different editions of D&D that I've played in, and these different documents and the ones that I've made myself. I'll jump in and we'll do that and go through it. Oh, you want me to go through it? Yeah, and in 4 hours, I'm already losing my voice. We'll have to pick this up next time, unfortunately. I just can't do it this time. But next time, we'll jump into it. And we'll go through my own dungeon creation document. I think now that you've seen a little bit of my history about, like, my journey as a dungeon master and making specifically dungeons through the different time periods of my tenure running games. we'll see a little bit more about what I've landed on, why I've made this document, why I've been using it for years now. That's just the latest revision date. I've been using this for a while. And this is a little bit more implemented and can kind of go in there and look at that um, in a way as to I set it up to be more like forward facing, so somebody could pick it up and run it if they want to. Where can we find that, Doc? We'll talk about that next time. I feel like it's not currently hosted anywhere, just because I haven't formatted it. Throw it on like Drive-Thru RPG. Because usually I'll throw stuff up for pay what you want. I just haven't gotten around to do that for this one yet, because there's still a few little tweaks I want to make to it and some changing stuff, and I do have to make sure that I don't have anything in here like some language like dungeons. It's not copyrighted stuff. So this is more of a personal stuff, but we can go over it. And who knows? I might set it up how we do. Maybe I'll set it up on over on the coffee link. That's ko-fi.com/RedRaggedFiend. So we might do that next time as free download that you guys can go grab, throw together the PDF and put it up there. It'll probably just be plain like this, but I'll put a little bit extra into it if I can make those changes. And we'll look at it next time. But that's going to be it for me. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this sort of like long walk through at least the past few decades of D&D and sort of like this evolution of dungeon as it goes from this very sort of old school kind of feel into this fourth edition very tactics focused idea of the game, into fifth edition, which kind of becomes this amalgamation of all the previous editions, but at the same time isn't really concerned with how to do dungeon delving super well with the sort of its layout and format and what size of dungeon you should be making, and then transitioning into 2024 like we had here at the end, where they're just like, we're just not going to give you really any specifically good information for how to build dungeons at all. So then I'm like, oh, now I feel like even more so than there was before, there's like there's a space for the things that I put together. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. We'll look at that stuff next time at the actual document, which is quite long. It's longer than any of these sections, but not by a ton. I think it's 22 pages. And the portion I need could probably fit on 2 pages because it just need the tables. But like I said, it's written a lot for somebody to be able to read. And maybe we'll go through it line by line. Maybe not fully line by line, but we'll dive into it a little bit more if we'll make it a full focus to our next stream. But that's it for me. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for letting me ramble about my sort of like dungeon master journey as far as it goes for dungeons. And now I am apprehensive about what's going to happen to dungeons for D&D in the future. We know that this is kind of becoming a lesser mode of play in the same way that wilderness survival exploration is not super useful or not super delved into anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see what the future of D&D looks like. Now, I think I would be a fool to say there's not a 6th edition on the horizon, though I would have said that probably before D&D lost its 2 primary veteran designers for the game. But now that they've lost that, who knows when the next edition of D&D will come out. I would think that it would be in the works, but we'll see what that looks like. Whoever's going to come in and helm that, but I'll be interested to see if maybe we see a resurgence of Dungeons in 6th edition. It's going to depend on how the audience of D&D changes in the next probably 5 years, or at least in the next couple of years, as they're working on the game and trying to get a temperature about what it does. But the way that 2024 is set up, this half edition change, does make me apprehensive that maybe dungeons are going away, which I don't think seems like a weird decision for a game that's called Dungeons & Dragons, with dungeons being the first word of the name of the brand, and then having a Dungeon Master's Guide, again, dungeon in the name of the book, and the name of the title of the person who runs the game, and then be like, dungeons are maybe not a thing we do. Like that kind of should be like the one thing you do really well. But I know there are other resources, there are other games to play out there Especially if you're really like that dungeon delving stuff, there's a lot of OSR games that are really, really great at doing that stuff. So I'd say check those out. Shadow Dark, Old School Essentials, Cairn, Knave, uh, White Hack, Black Hack. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them. You throw a stone, you'll hit an OSR clone out there. But that's it for me. Hope you guys enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys next time. All right? Bye-bye.